Muito bom dia. Declaro aberta a sessão a reunião do Fórum de Processo Civil. Acho que é o último evento que a gente vai fazer esse ano. A gente fez um ontem à noite, eu quase dormi na escola hoje para fazer esse da parte da manhã. Ontem a gente falava sobre a lei dos juizados especiais, que completa 30 anos. CPC completou 10 anos, né, da sua promulgação, e agora, ano que vem, 10 anos de vigência. Doutor Edgar, tem lugar aqui na frente. Eu queria cumprimentar a todos que estão aqui presentes no nosso auditório, também quem assiste online. A doutora Bruna me informa que nós temos 140 inscritos e que estão assistindo online, isso sem prejuízo do nosso canal da escola no YouTube, que também o evento ele fica guardado para ser visto por quem não puder estar presente agora. A gente sabe que é época de final de ano, está todo mundo com 1 milhão de afazeres, então vamos tentar fazer o melhor possível no dia de hoje. Eu queria cumprimentar os palestrantes que vieram, queria cumprimentar os palestrantes internacionais. A professora Colette, que está aqui, esteve comigo em São Paulo, em março, eu lembrava, né, com a doutora Bruna, que nós fizemos esse evento, né, esse evento é um desdobramento de um evento que nós fizemos em São Paulo, na Casa Clabin, não foi isso? Em março desse ano, para mim tinha sido aqui uns poucos meses atrás, já foi no começo do ano. E teve-se então a ideia, com Cândida, com Natália, de fazer esse evento aqui no Rio de Janeiro, que é um palco importante. O Tribunal de Justiça do Rio de Janeiro é um palco importante, tem sido um palco importante nas decisões, nas questões envolvendo patentes, tem assumido um certo protagonismo. Nesse evento de São Paulo, nós estivemos com autoridades do Tribunal, do TJRJ de São Paulo, desembargadores, juízes, e foi até uma surpresa para mim de que esse assunto das patentes essenciais seja mais enfrentado, esteja sendo mais enfrentado pelo Tribunal do Rio, e isso aumenta a nossa responsabilidade. E, obviamente, nós não estamos aqui tratando de processo, estamos tratando aqui da parte acadêmica. Então, o importante é que nós possamos trazer aqui um debate plural, e é por isso que nós temos tantos atores diferentes, temos advogados, temos pessoas do setor produtivo, autoridades, enfim, para que possamos trazer cada um os nossos pontos de vista e, com isso, provocar reflexão qualificada a partir da percepção de cada um de nós. Eu queria passar aqui rapidamente, eu vou tentar ficar até o final do evento, tenho sessão de julgamento hoje, às 13h, mas, se for possível, ficaria até o final, senão a doutora Bruna faz o encerramento. Bom, na abertura, ao meu lado aqui, a doutora Bruna REGO, que é presidente da LES Brasil, que é uma importante apoiadora do nosso evento. Queria agradecer, em nome da nossa escola, a ajuda na organização desse importante evento, que só pelo público presente e online já é um grande sucesso. O evento hoje ele se divide em 3 painéis, né? No primeiro painel, será discutido o tema das patentes essenciais e o judiciário. E palestrantes serão a doutora Caroline SOMESOM TAUK, eu falei certo? Juíza Federal do TRF2, doutor Vitor AGUSTIN, cadê? Está aqui na minha frente, pronto, que é juiz de direito do nosso tribunal. A doutora Colette Helmsley, da Nokia, vice-presidente e head de política de propriedade intelectual e advocacy da Nokia, correto? Right? Também Haitao Ding, acertei? Acertei. Que é chefe de departamento, hello, how are you? Chefe de departamento de PI da América Latina, da Huawei. Tem que melhorar minha pronúncia. E Edgar Brinkman, da onde? Aqui. Fala português. Só falta torcer pelo Flamengo também, que aí vai ser campeão brasileiro hoje à noite. A gente não pode deixar de falar. Tá? Que é juiz da... Falta uma letrinha aqui. Unified Patent Court. E moderador, Eduardo Câmara, que já é... Tá bom. Que já é habituê da nossa escola, já fizemos eventos juntos aqui, fizemos em São Paulo juntos, que é o especialista da área, vai ser o moderador, vai controlar o relógio também, e é o mais importante. No segundo painel, nós falaremos sobre desafios da aplicação do padrão Friend. A doutora Júlia Brito não pôde comparecer, então a doutora Colette assume o lugar da doutora Júlia. Também teremos aqui Brian Scarpelli, advogado sênior de política global da ACT, App Association. John Mulgrew, é isso? Hoje está animado aqui, eu tenho que trabalhar minha pronúncia, né? Que vai participar online, é verdade. Não pôde estar com a gente, mas vai estar com a gente online. E moderadora, a doutora Marcela Trigo de Souza, advogada. E no terceiro painel, CAD, uso de patentes e o limite entre colaboração e abuso, palestrantes, a doutora Lilian Santos Marques Severino, economista-chefe do Conselho Administrativo de Defesa Econômica, do CAD, Julie Carson, diretora de Assuntos Governamentais da Qualcomm, e Charles Davis, advogado sênior de litígio da EPI da Amazon. E moderador, o Dr. Bruno de Luca Drago, advogado. Muito bem, eu desejo um excelente dia de trabalho a todos. Passar a palavra à doutora Bruna. Fique muito à vontade para discutir aqui e que a gente possa tirar o máximo desse evento com a experiência de cada um. Espero que a comunidade internacional que participa, que aproveite a nossa cidade do Rio de Janeiro e que possamos fazer novos eventos como esse em breve. Tá? Muito obrigado.
Obrigada, desembargador. Obrigada, desembargador Luciano, pela presença, pelo apoio e pela acolhida, né, para ter nos incentivado a trazer esse evento para o Rio de Janeiro. A gente queria agradecer também à EMERJ pela parceria e pela oportunidade para abrir esse espaço aqui para um debate tão importante, tão relevante para a área de desenvolvimento e inovação econômica no Brasil. Queria agradecer, obviamente, os nossos palestrantes, sobretudo os internacionais que vieram de bem longe para estar aqui com a gente, e os participantes que estão aqui. Destacar que no nosso evento a gente fez questão de buscar, dentre os palestrantes, uma diversidade de perspectivas. Então, temos a perspectiva jurídica, técnica, econômica e internacional, para justamente ter um debate mais amplo. Queria falar para aqueles que não nos conhecem, a LES Brasil é uma associação que faz parte da família LESI, que é a Licensing Executive Society International. O foco da nossa associação são os aspectos comerciais da propriedade intelectual a partir de uma perspectiva global. Então, o benefício de você ser membro da LESI, da LES Brasil, na verdade, você se associa a uma associação nacional, perdão da aliteração aqui, mas, enfim, você se torna membro de uma associação internacional, que é a LESI, e, com isso, você tem acesso a eventos exclusivos, eventos de formação contínua, um excelente local para networking. A gente faz vários eventos, tanto eventos gratuitos e abertos à participação de todos como esse, como eventos exclusivos para os nossos membros, treinamentos exclusivos para os nossos membros. Então, é uma possibilidade bastante interessante que não está aberta necessariamente dentro das outras associações. Em relação especificamente ao nosso tema de patentes essenciais, hoje em dia é um dos temas mais estratégicos para a inovação global, né? E a gente está aqui tentando discutir, sobretudo, né, como a LES é uma associação que está voltada mais para negociação, a questão do que seria o Friend, né? Então, o que é o licenciamento justo, razoável e não discriminatório? Porque uma vez que a gente consegue decidir essa questão de $1 milhão, a gente consegue garantir um ambiente mais competitivo, previsível e inovador. E o Brasil ele é muito relevante nessa discussão por vários motivos, o que faz com que a gente tenha essa plateia enorme, a quantidade de palestrantes internacionais que se dispôs a vir até o Brasil para falar sobre esse tema e a quantidade de pessoas que a gente tem online, né? Porque o Brasil é um dos maiores mercados consumidores do mundo dessa área específica, dos setores que são bastante dependentes das patentes essenciais, né, que as decisões praticadas aqui elas acabam impactando o equilíbrio econômico das cadeias globais. O nosso país está passando por uma expansão tecnológica e industrial bastante grande, então a forma como o Brasil vai tratar esse assunto com certeza vai influenciar diretamente na velocidade da adoção dessas novas tecnologias. E esse debate ele é muito importante para a gente buscar uma certa segurança jurídica, né? O Brasil já tem, como o desembargador Luciano mencionou, várias decisões judiciais. O debate regulatório está bastante aquecido também. A gente tem vários órgãos técnicos que estão se debruçando sobre esse assunto. E, tendo em vista que o Brasil é uma referência na América Latina, a gente entende que o nosso papel aqui pode servir de parâmetro para os nossos países vizinhos também tomarem, enfim, o posicionamento deles em relação às patentes de CEP. Então, eu queria desejar um evento muito produtivo, inspirador para todos, e aproveitar para apresentar, a gente vai ter um vídeo, o nosso presidente da LESI, o Jean-Christophe Troussel, infelizmente não pôde estar aqui presencialmente, então ele mandou um vídeo e eu queria apresentar as palavras dele agora. Obrigada.
Dear friends of LES Brazil, my name is Jean-Christophe Troussel, and I have the privilege to serve as LESI president this year. In that capacity, let me express to you both my happiness and my gratitude. Happiness first to see how active and dynamic your LES chapter is in Brazil. And gratitude to the teams that make that dynamism possible and that makes these activities possible. The teams under the leadership of BRUNA, of course. So thank you very much for all you do. What you do, actually, your activities help to put both Brazil but also LES at the right place in the field of standard essential patents. And you know how this field is of importance to LESI and how the footprint of LESI is both visible and influential in that field. It started, of course, with the tremendous efforts of Sonia London, former president, in that space for many years. And I'm very proud to have continued these efforts in many ways. And I will highlight a few of them because if you are there to attend the meeting today, it's because standard essential patents are important to you. So let's go a little bit through the initiatives at LESI level very quickly. The first one was to, with the help of Sonia, to create a standard essential patent friend committee, including, of course, patent pools. So if you are interested in that field, please make sure you contact Sonia or anybody else from that committee. You will find the details on our website and make yourself known to that committee so that you can participate to its activities. And among these activities, one of them was a very important delegation trip that we made with a delegation of LESI representatives in China in September this year. We went there, we had a very fruitful closed door meetings between CEP owners and implementers. We had also very fruitful and informative meetings with the Chinese authorities. So that was a trip where I was participating as president. Sonia was there too as former president, and Ningling Wang was also present as president-elect. So a very important delegation and very fruitful for LES. If you are interested, we will continue that trip next year. So again, please don't hesitate to reach out to me, to Sonia, or to Ningling. Besides, we also have, since many years now, a track within our thought leadership program, a track devoted to standard essential patents. And this year, in November, we had the first session with friends as speakers from Nokia, from Avanci, from Xiaomi, to name a few. So we are really supported by good friends of LESI, and this thought leadership track will have its second session in January, and it will be around the video streaming. So again, there, stay tuned and register if you are interested. You have also seen that we have published a special edition of Les Nouvelles devoted to standard essential patents. And in the very LESI way, we covered both the legal aspects, but also the business aspects and the policy-making aspects. So really, this edition covers the entire ecosystem of standard essential patents, again, very much the LESI way. Well, and you are at the beginning of a very interesting day today. I like the title of your event very much, Path to Fair and Efficient Licensing. Why do I like it so much? Because actually I see LESI as typically a platform for dialogue that improves the efficiency of licensing. So spot on your title. But also because I keep on repeating that, in my opinion, an efficient licensing system requires an efficient dispute resolution system. And in that respect, Brazil plays an increasingly important role. So, well done, LES Brazil. And I'm sure you will really enjoy this day. Again, in the SEP field, expect more in Dublin at our international conference, which will take place from 26 to 29 April 2026 in Dublin, Ireland, with prominent speakers from that industry. For you, it will be a long travel, but the good thing is that the agenda makes that, so the calendar makes that you can combine that this year very easily with a visit at INTA, which is in London just after. So you can really capitalize on the long trip you will make and really attend these two major events. I look forward to seeing many of you there. And in the meantime, I wish you a very interesting day today. Goodbye and see you soon.
Vamos passar para a próxima mesa. Você pode avisar também que tem material de tradução simultânea lá fora, caso alguém precise.
Ah, tá bom. Bom, queria convidar o Eduardo Câmara para subir aqui e a gente começar a compor a próxima mesa. Mas para quem precisar, tem material de tradução simultânea que está disponível lá fora, caso ainda não tenha pego o material, tá bom?
Talvez,
os
Gabriela,
aparelhos.
pudesse colocar aqui na frente alguns. Depois botar um cantinho aqui, botar ali em cima, para a pessoa ver que tem, senão alguém pode precisar e nem ter entendido. Bom, então vamos para a segunda mesa. Eduardo, você pode assumir aqui.
Pronto. Bom dia, pessoal. É uma honra para mim estar moderando esse painel. Aliás, esse assunto é um assunto das patentes essenciais, que colocou as disputas de patente num outro nível, num outro patamar. Lembrando, o meu time, que, desculpa, gente, vai ser campeão daqui a pouco, não posso esquecer falar sobre isso. Mas é um assunto que virou até um tema apaixonante, que são discussões de patente que envolvem diversas vertentes, não só a questão técnica, como a questão jurídica, a questão negocial, a questão econômica, e mais, diversos tribunais do mundo decidindo essa questão. Então, por isso, esse assunto virou um assunto tão interessante e discutido no mundo todo. E, para nossa sorte, o Rio de Janeiro virou um dos lugares principais, um dos principais atores para discutir esse tema. Por isso que a gente tem aqui, teve a sorte e assim, o prazer de receber palestrantes do mundo todo, porque eu acho que isso enriquece a nossa discussão e mostra o quão importante é esse tema e por que é importante ter essa interação entre pessoas, atores de diferentes áreas e diferentes países. Então, vamos lá. O primeiro palestrante aqui desse primeiro painel é o juiz Edgar Brinkman, que é um juiz do UPC, que é a Corte Europeia. É lá onde é decidido vários casos importantes que, inclusive, norteiam discussões no mundo todo. Tem outros tribunais igualmente importantes, mas esse é um dos importantes. Então, eu convido o juiz Edgar para juntar aqui à mesa para fazer a primeira apresentação. Aliás, Bruna, como é que você prefere? Você prefere que eu chame todo mundo ou vai chamando um de cada vez? Tá bom, então vou chamando. Tá bom. Obrigado. Como são 5 palestrantes no meu painel, vou ter que ser rígido com o tempo de cada um. Então, vou aqui avisando com... Ele preparou uns slides.
Ok, obrigado pelo convite. Eu falo português, mas vai ser um pouco difícil com todas as palavras que tem nessa área para fazer a apresentação em português, então eu vou fazer em inglês. Desculpa por isso. So, I'm going to talk to you about how we do cases in the UPC. In Europe, actually, SEP cases are a growing area, as we all know, and it's been quite a ride, I suppose, so far to decide all these cases. These are very shortly put the topics. I might not be able to go through all of them because my time is very limited, but it's basically about the friend rate setting is the most important topic. But I want to just have an introduction, or give you an introduction on some of the problems that I encountered before. So friend rate, of course, I think everybody concludes is a global rate, which means that there are more judges that have to assess this rate, which is actually the same rate in Brazil or in China or in Europe or even in the US, even though there are some, how do you say, early signs that there might be even something like regional friend rates. I might come back to that a little later. There have been quite a few cases already in Europe, especially the Unwired Planet case. That I think most people know this case already from some years back, where there was a complete friend rate assessment by the judge to see what should be the appropriate rate. And actually ever inward from that, you can see that in the UK, there's been quite a few decisions in this area, looking actually almost exclusively at the friend rate and not so much at the technical side of the case. I will just skip through this a little bit. So there are more judges, more panels, more courts deciding this friend rate, which is a global rate as a principle, and that leads to, of course, a patchwork, because what happens is that most of the time the friend rate is set at a certain rate, and then if that is not paid, we grant an injunction. And that leads to problems, of course. You can imagine that the one court says it's €1 and the other court says it's €1.50, and another court says it's €2, and then there's one that says 60 cents. What do you need to pay actually as an implement? So it leads to a sort of a patchwork throughout the world that we've seen so far also emerging. And also for instance, in Germany, we've seen that Oppo, one of the main smartphone producers in China, had to withdraw or chose to withdraw from the German market because of an injunction, and they didn't want to pay the rate that was requested. within the EU that can even also create a patchwork. Now, of course, there's the UPC, but we don't cover all of the EU member states. We only do 18 at this point in time, whereas there are 27 EU member states in total. And then you can even have a distortion of free movement of goods in this particular area. So that leads and has led to forum shopping. And I think Brazil is one of those forums that have been shopped to. Or perhaps some of them shopped away from, depending on, but we can see that already having happened quite a lot. And there are various reasons. I put a few of them, but time doesn't permit me to look at all of them, why the litigants have been choosing these courts. So what are the basis of the FRAND rate determination? I think, first of all, it's good to remember that there's something that's called a FRAND bandwidth or a FRAND corridor, and there's a FRAND rate. What they do in the UK is a FRAND rate setting. What mostly is done elsewhere in Europe is a FRAND bandwidth. The basis, the legal basis for this is very quickly put. So you have, during the standard setting event, for instance, 3G, 4G, 5G, the parties commit to granting a license under their patent on fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory terms. So that can be a contractual claim. This is what you see in the UK now very recently of Amazon here present against Interdigital. And on the other hand, it can also lead to a claim for good faith negotiation. So you promised that we would get a license, now we want more. We want that, in fact, that license. And thirdly, an abuse of a dominant position. And that's actually probably where the focus has been in Europe, or continental Europe, I should say, thus far. But don't forget about those first two bases as a legal background. And the Huawei ZTE case of the ECJ in 2015 already is one of those important decisions. Also bear in mind that decision and also the abuse of dominant position is something that applies not to, for instance, damages claims in these types of proceedings. So it only applies to an injunction and a recall order. It's important to have that as a background point. So the ECJ in the Huawei ZTE decision, I think I should say actually Huawei, if I'm correct in Chinese, but anyway, I will do Huawei ZTE because that's easier. There are a number of steps that have to be followed that was laid down by the ECJ. I will go very quickly through them. So the first step is a notification to the implementer that he should get a license, basically. And it also should explain in some way or form that there is an infringement by way of claim charge. Then the second step is the implementer declares that he's willing to take a license. There's been quite a bit of discussion about this point, because especially in Germany, that's where it almost ended. They only looked at whether there was a willing licensee. And almost more often than not, and actually I think in Germany it was almost all cases there wasn't a willing licensee, because they looked at the entire behavior of the implementer in that area throughout the process. So the third step then going on from that is that the SEP owner should send an offer according to FRAND terms. And here again it's the FRAND bandwidth, so not that is important to remember. So that should fall somewhere in that FRAND bandwidth as a first offer. Then the fourth one is the implementer needs to reply by either accept or reject it, and then comes on the fifth step with a counter offer if he doesn't like the offer, And that should also be according to FRAND. So you can imagine that that is already the whole discussion about the FRAND corridor or FRAND bandwidth. The one and the other should be within that bandwidth. And then there's by finally, if still parties can't get to the solution, there should be a third party deciding this. That's according to the ECJ. We don't know exactly, the decision doesn't say who should be a third party, but we can assume that that might be us. Yes, 2 minutes. Oh, I have it for 42 seconds even. So I get more. Let's go. So there are 3 moments, 3, 5, and 6, where we look at the FRAND rate. And the first 2 are bandwidth, and the last one is where we should actually determine the FRAND rate. I will skip this one. I already mentioned that in Germany, it's not something that has been looked at very much, but in the UK, it has been. The FRAND rate is very important there, and it's actually almost the only thing that is litigated about. Usually, the technical part is never even challenged. My clock's almost ticking. Very quickly, so there have been 2 decisions from the UPC so far, and both of which I was on the panel. They are unfortunately in German, and the part that is about the FRAND rate is quite redacted, so it's hard to tell exactly what the reasoning is, but I've put it here, the Panasonic Oppo case. The court gave clarification how it will deal with FRAND cases, and we will deal with it quite a bit more than the German divisions or the German courts have done so far. There is, in that case, there was a counterclaim for rate determination, and that is possible, but both parties in that area should have done their homework. So both offers should be concluded to be in that FRAND FRAND bandwidth, and then we can take a look at the counterclaim. And in that case, the offer by Panasonic was considered to be FRAND, and the counter offer was by Oppo was considered to be outside the FRAND rate. The second case, Huawei versus Netgear, was sort of the same reasoning, but I will leave it at that. But I think it's the most important to remember that we want to see that the parties have been negotiating in good faith to get a license concluded. And this is what we try to do a lot in also case management hearings throughout the process to, if you're not there yet, or can we be of any help in getting a license concluded, because that ultimately is what's going to happen. Because like I said before, the court can only decide it for their region or their country, but by the end of the day, it's of course the parties that need to conclude a license.
Muito obrigado. Foi muito esclarecedor. Antes de passar para o próximo palestrante, que vai ser o Dr. Vitor, eu vou convidar todos para virem para a mesa, porque eu acho que vai ficar mais fácil a logística, né? Dr. Vitor, doutora Caroline, David e doutora Colette. Bom, o nosso próximo palestrante é o doutor Juiz, aqui do tribunal, doutor Vitor Agustin, que está muito envolvido nesses casos de patentes essenciais. Ele acabou conduzindo diversos casos muito importantes e continua conduzindo. O Dr. Vitor, ele atua basicamente na 6ª e na 7ª vara empresarial. Além disso, ele é examinador da Fundação Getúlio Vargas, professor da ESAGE aqui do tribunal. Vitor, por favor, eu aviso quando o tempo for passando.
Por favor. Obrigado, queria agradecer pelo convite, eu fico muito honrado de poder... Essa introdução não está no tempo não, tá?
Não estou contando, pode deixar que eu não startei aqui ainda não.
Eu fico muito honrado, um pouco apreensivo de seguir o Edgar, porque realmente fez uma apresentação certamente muito melhor do que a minha, então não esperem, não comparem. Eu vou falar basicamente do que eu tenho feito quando eu tenho um caso desse de licenciamento, né, de uma disputa dessa em torno de patentes essenciais, porque eu tento sempre, eu estou vendo aqui vários rostos conhecidos e imagino que as pessoas já saibam o que eu faço. Eu, quando cheguei na 6ª Vara Empresarial, que foi onde eu tive exercício em primeiro lugar, tinha uma dispersão de entendimentos muito grande. Tinha gente que deferia a liminar independentemente de qualquer coisa, tinha gente que deferia depois de uma perícia prévia, ao que eu me filiei antes. A discussão de proposta friend simplesmente não existia, ninguém discutia muito isso. E quando eu cheguei, os advogados de patente, eles têm o costume de fazer inicial, contestação e réplica em cada petição. E eles despacham absolutamente todas essas... Eles vêm falar comigo, então o contraditório aprofundado em cada petição. E aí, antes de eu dar a primeira decisão, eu fiz, como acho que um juiz do Código de 2015 deve fazer, eu ouvi os dois lados e tentei chegar num procedimento que fosse um meio termo. Quer dizer, porque qual é a questão? A gente está aqui num tipo de caso que é muito peculiar. Primeiro porque é um caso global, como a gente está vendo aqui pela participação de tantos envolvidos de fora do Brasil. Então, é o momento de a gente mostrar a seriedade e a eficácia que a gente consegue ter aqui no judiciário brasileiro. E segundo, porque é uma disputa empresarial. Então, é muito difícil você envolver um juiz numa negociação que deveria ser exclusivamente empresarial. Eu estava ouvindo o Edgar falar e eu fiquei pensando, e se houve uma proposta frande e uma contraproposta também dentro das bandas frande, qual é o preço que eu estabeleço? O preço do devedor, o preço do credor, né? A proposta, a contraproposta. E eu acho que o juiz empresarial ele tem que ser um juiz mais contido possível, mais discreto possível, para não interferir nas relações empresariais. É o que eu tento fazer, só que esses casos de patente friend, de patente CEP, eu tenho dito isso sempre, eles apresentam um problema muito difícil, que é o seguinte: a metáfora que eu sempre faço é que é uma pessoa que está morando na sua casa sem pagar aluguel e fala assim, não, mas você não pode me despejar porque seu apartamento é essencial para mim. Sim, mas você está morando de graça aqui. Eu acho até que seja uma espécie de aluguel controlado, né? Rent control, alguma coisa assim. Mas isso não significa que você possa simplesmente invadir o apartamento de outra pessoa e não pagar. E ficar discutindo, arrastando isso no judiciário enquanto você está morando lá. Então, qual é a minha abordagem em torno desse tema? Eu tento, como juiz, não entrar no mérito da negociação e neutralizar as estratégias processuais de usar o judiciário como meio de alavancagem de vantagens. Então, o que eu reparei a princípio? Se a gente dá logo uma liminar, imediatamente desenvolvedor fica com uma faca no pescoço do implementador. Mas também, por outro lado, se a gente nega a liminar, o cara continua morando lá de graça, a gente também deixa uma faca no pescoço do implementador, ou perdão, do desenvolvedor. Por quê? O tempo do processo tem um custo de oportunidade e no mercado de tecnologia em que as coisas são caras e rápidas, esse custo do processo ele pode ser insuportável. Essa que é a questão. Então, eu vou falar brevemente do procedimento que eu tenho adotado, mas a minha tentativa é sempre de neutralizar a utilização do processo e do juiz como um instrumento de alavancagem de situações de interesses. É o que eu tento fazer. Então, é óbvio que eu não acerto sempre, e óbvio, mas a minha intenção, as minhas guidelines são essas. Autocontenção, deixar o mérito negocial para as partes e neutralizar tentativas e estratégias de alavancagem do processo como instrumento de chantagem ou de fortalecimento de posições de parte a parte. São essas as minhas 3 guidelines que eu sempre tento adotar. Então, o que eu tenho feito agora, ultimamente? Eu, desde o começo, eu dou uma decisão. Minha primeira decisão é igual para todos. Os advogados que atuam mais proximamente a esses casos já devem até conhecer a decisão designada para esta sexta. É sempre a mesma decisão, porque eu acho que isso dá previsibilidade às partes. Ninguém tem surpresa quando o processo cai comigo. Inclusive, agora, eles despacham menos comigo, porque eles, eles já sabem o que vai ser feito, só quando tem alguma situação nova que eles vêm falar, mas, de uma maneira geral, eu deixo pré-estabelecido o que vai acontecer, quais são os argumentos que eu vou, não que eu vou acolher, mas que eu vou considerar para estabelecer a jurisdição, para estabelecer se precisa ou não de caução, como eu vou estabelecer o diálogo com a Justiça Federal, porque isso é uma questão. E, desde essa primeira decisão, eu já calendarizo o processo para 90 dias, e 90 dias é o tempo de eles apresentarem contestação, que é em 15 dias, réplica, e aí cada qual, nessas oportunidades, já vai apresentar seus quesitos, e em 60 dias, mais ou menos, um perito já vai me dar certeza se há ou não infração, se a patente é válida ou não, se houver desafio à validade da patente, porque também não é sempre que há desafio à validade da patente, e se houve uma proposta frante. Esse é o ponto que eu vou me apegar mais, porque as 2 primeiras perguntas são mais facilmente respondidas no sentido de que é uma análise técnica, ele vai ver se o padrão implementa aquela... 20 minutos ainda? Ele vai ver se o padrão implementa aquela patente, se não implementa. E assim, eu não tenho... de minha parte, não tenho absolutamente nada a acrescentar quanto a isso, porque eu não entendo absolutamente nada de engenharia. Até para fazer conta fica difícil. E quanto à validade, a mesma questão. Aí nós vamos para a questão do frande. O que eu já fiz em alguns casos, e agora eu vou ter um caso em que isso vai ser mais... essa discussão vai ser mais verticalizada. O que eu tenho feito é o seguinte. Eu determino que o implementador, que o desenvolvedor, que o autor abra todos os contratos que ele tem, licenciando aquilo, porque se eu fizesse só uma amostragem, é muito difícil você conseguir determinar, porque são muitos fatores que determinam. Você licenciar para uma startup, ou para Nokia, ou para Apple, não é a mesma coisa, não tem a mesma abordagem, não tem o mesmo escopo. Então, eu mando que eles abram esses registros e eles apresentam para mim e para o meu perito. A outra parte não tem acesso a isso porque são segredos comerciais e eu tenho certeza que as partes entendem isso, não é nada que seja uma novidade. Então, a gente aparecem esses documentos, já apareceu, e o perito documenta o perito documenta esses dados, documenta esses dados no processo, e o histórico de negociação, ele simplesmente vai documentar, anonimizando os dados. Essa é a minha diretriz para ele. Então, ele vai dizer assim, ó, existem 10 licenciamentos, um por esse valor, grande fornecedor, com abrangência mundial. Um por esse valor, sem dizer de quem é quem, anonimizando os dados. E, no final, eu consigo, pelo histórico de negociação que está no processo e por esses comparativos, eu consigo ver se a proposta foi friend e, se não foi friend, eu não dou a liminar. Eu queria aproveitar, vou pedir uma dilação de prazo, doutor. Um minutinho.
Deferido.
Só para aproveitar, por conta de alguns comentários que eu tenho ouvido, só para falar de como eu tenho executado e como eu tenho feito o enforcement quando ocorrem tutelas de evidência, porque eu não tenho mais dado tutela de urgência, eu só dou tutela baseada agora na evidência de que há infração, de que a patente é válida e de que a proposta foi front, quando é uma patente essencial, né? Então, como eu faço a execução? Aqui no Brasil nós temos uma dificuldade, isso é uma coisa que está sendo mais bem trabalhada agora pela jurisprudência da STJ, com multa diária e essas penalidades. Então, eu não dou multa diária, o doutor Pedro sabe que eu não dou multa diária, ele já me pediu para substituir. Por quê? São todos valores em dólar, são todos valores elevadíssimos, e para eu estabelecer uma multa que não compense pagar a multa para pagar a obrigação, eu teria que estabelecer uma multa muito alta e o tribunal ia reformar imediatamente, dizendo que é enriquecimento sem causa, e que não é que é enriquecimento... não, senhor. Mas então, o que eu tento fazer é o seguinte, eu digo, olha, você tem que parar de usar a tecnologia, ou você pode pagar o FRAND, a tarifa que ele está pedindo, mais um punitivo, mais um extra, porque eu também acho que não pode ser um jogo de soma zero ou inadimplemento eficiente, no sentido de que tanto faz eu pagar espontaneamente ou ir para a justiça, porque eu vou acabar tendo que pagar a mesma coisa. Isso é uma preocupação que eu tenho. Então, eu digo, ou você cumpre a liminar, ou você paga o FRAND mais um extra, senão eu vou apreender os seus produtos infratores, e se o inadimplemento da minha ordem continuar, eu como juiz empresarial civil, não posso eu decretar a prisão, mas é um crime que está em flagrância, então a pessoa pode ser presa por qualquer do povo, pelos crimes do artigo 209, parágrafo 2º da nossa lei de propriedade industrial, que diz que, nos casos de reprodução flagrante, o juiz poderá determinar a apreensão de todas as mercadorias, produtos, objetos, embalagens, etiquetas ou outros que contêm a marca falsificada ou imitada, e pelo crime de desobediência, pelo crime do artigo 185 da nossa lei de propriedade industrial, e pelo crime de desobediência à ordem judicial, e tem um acórdão do Supremo Tribunal Federal dizendo que descumprimento de ordem de juiz civil, apesar de haver outras medidas que forcem ao cumprimento, ainda assim configura o crime de desobediência do Código Penal. Então, é assim que eu tenho feito o enforcement dessas ordens. Demora um pouquinho, mas no final se cumpre. Porque a gente tem que... Porque se eu simplesmente arbitrasse multa, o negócio ia ficar muito desproporcional para não gerar um inadimplemento eficiente. Então, com essas não tão breves considerações, eu encerro. Agradeço mais uma vez o convite e muito obrigado pela atenção com que me ouviram.
Bom, pessoal, a próxima palestrante é a doutora Caroline TAUK, que é juíza federal, mestre pela UERJ, doutora pela USP e professora visitante da Universidade de Colômbia, Nova York. E, além disso, professora visitante também do Max Planck, em Munique.
Obrigada, doutor Eduardo. Bom dia a todos. Eu quero agradecer à EMERJ pelo convite, na pessoa do desembargador Luciano, e à LES pelo convite, na pessoa da doutora Tatiana. Cumprimento todos os presentes, na pessoa do nosso moderador, doutor Eduardo. Eu vou trazer um cenário das patentes essenciais no ambiente brasileiro, no judiciário brasileiro, que me parece ser bem compatível com o que o juiz do UPC, Dr. Edgar, trouxe. Então, a gente, pelo que eu percebi do que ele trouxe, a gente está bem de acordo, na mesma linha do que foi dito. Eu quero só fazer uma breve saudação a diversos rostos conhecidos que eu estou vendo aqui. A comunidade de IPI é realmente uma comunidade pequena, todos se conhecem, o que é uma coisa mundial. Eu conhecia o juiz Edgar de algum lugar, que eu nem me lembro onde. Não é? Ele falou comigo, eu te conheço. Eu falei, nossa, eu te lembro de você também de algum lugar. Não nos lembramos de onde, mas de algum evento internacional. Então, é uma coisa diferente, né? Não tem isso. Processualistas, sinto muito, não tem isso no processo civil, não tem isso no penal, mas na propriedade intelectual tem. Então, é uma grata surpresa sempre encontrar essa comunidade reunida. Bom, então, no cenário brasileiro, assim como no internacional, as patentes essenciais começam no Brasil a entrar no judiciário a partir de 2012, com as patentes essenciais relacionadas a telecomunicações, e depois expande para áudio e vídeo, que são esses processos mais recentes, de 2022 em diante, tem entrado muita coisa de patentes de áudio e vídeo. Nós não temos tantos, não é um volume expressivo, né? Não é o maior volume de patentes no judiciário, como não é no mundo, são cerca de 30 processos, né, doutor Eduardo, até onde... Sim. Os escritórios estavam contabilizando, e os autores, né, os titulares em geral, os principais titulares são a Ericsson, a Divix, a Nokia e a Adobe, e como implementadores a gente tem a Apple, Samsung, Hisense, TCL, Lenovo, HP, Netflix e Amazon, que são esses mais comuns relacionados a áudio e vídeo. E são essas as demandas, então, que a gente observa com mais frequência no judiciário. Eu trouxe aqui só um panorama dos casos que eu achei mais emblemáticos, porque se estenderam mais, porque o acordo demorou um pouco mais a ser feito e que a gente teve a oportunidade de ter mais decisões no judiciário relacionadas a ele. Todas essas são decisões aqui do Rio de Janeiro, ou só da Justiça Estadual ou da Justiça Estadual junto com a Justiça Federal, porque em algum momento se pediu a nulidade daquela patente essencial, ou então se pediu alguma outra... A gente vai ver até um caso que não se pediu a nulidade, mas se pediu um licenciamento obrigatório daquela patente essencial. Então, a maior parte desses casos, se não todos, acaba em acordo no Brasil, né? E como que tem funcionado isso? Eu vou destacar desses casos aí, desde 2012 até os 2024, eu vou destacar 3 casos que me parecem representar bastante o cenário atual de litígios do judiciário brasileiro. Então, como eu disse, os acordos eles vêm do exterior, né? Nós temos as decisões internacionais relacionadas aos acordos, e aí vem no processo e a gente encerra aqui em razão de uma desistência das partes ou por algum outro motivo que leva à extinção, mas em razão desse acordo, que às vezes causa uma frustração aos juízes, né, doutor Vitor? A gente está preparado para sentenciar e vem um acordo.
E eles nunca fazem antes da audiência, antes da trabalho, é sempre depois.
É estratégico o acordo. Então, os acordos são feitos no exterior. É incomum que seja, pelo menos até agora, nunca teve nenhum acordo desses que foi feito aqui no Brasil, né? Já que normalmente, essas disputas vão além do território nacional, faz lá e chega aqui. Um caso típico é esse da Nokia versus a Oppo, que o juiz Edgar citou também, a Oppo, que chegou lá também, né, na Europa. Inicia a ação em 2023, aqui na Justiça Estadual, dizendo que a Oppo estaria violando uma patente essencial da Nokia, que são as patentes de áudio, né, de celulares, e aí a liminar é concedida. A gente tem uma guerra de liminares realmente nesses litígios, guerra no sentido de que pede-se a liminar, muitas vezes obtém-se a liminar, e aí vem os recursos sucessivos. Então, a liminar é concedida a favor da Nokia para cessar a comercialização desses celulares que utilizavam a patente da Nokia. E aí a Oppo vem com uma dupla estratégia. Ela tenta, ao mesmo tempo que tenta recorrer dessa decisão para tentar comercializar os seus produtos na Justiça Estadual, ela ajuiza uma ação de nulidade na Justiça Federal e é negada essa liminar lá na Justiça Federal. Como regra, é negada mesmo as liminares na Justiça Federal de patentes, né, em razão de ter uma presunção de veracidade do ato de concessão daquela patente. E aí, pouco depois, em 2024, vem um acordo internacional, também encerra-se o processo. Então, o que a gente pode extrair desse caso típico é que no Brasil e também no ambiente mundial, o ponto-chave da decisão, o ponto crítico, são as liminares, né? Porque elas dificilmente chegam até um ponto mais avançado. Então, a gente tem se preocupado cada vez mais com como conceder a liminar, quais os guidelines, como o Dr. Vitor falou, para conceder essas liminares da forma mais eficiente possível para as partes, porque, no final das contas, são milhares de dólares envolvidos e o judiciário, milhões, né? E o judiciário tem que estimular, né, na verdade, que haja um bom mercado, não prejudicar o mercado. Então, um outro caso também dentro dessa disputa aí por liminares, que eu acho que vale a pena destacar, no Brasil, que também representa um precedente mundial, é da Ericsson versus a Apple. A Ericsson ajuiza uma ação contra a Apple é a implementadora que estava utilizando essas patentes de internet desenvolvidas pela Ericsson, e aí acaba o contrato, a Apple continua utilizando as patentes sem fazer a remuneração devida para a Ericsson. E a Ericsson procura o judiciário pedindo para que a Apple pare de comercializar os aparelhos com a sua tecnologia. E aí é obtida aqui no Rio uma decisão favorável à Ericsson, permitindo que a Apple continue utilizando os produtos, mas desde que haja o pagamento da remuneração, né? Desde que não seja feito de forma gratuita essa utilização. E aí estabelece, me parece que esse que é um ponto importante desse caso que eu queria destacar, o judiciário estabelece que a Apple continuaria utilizando os produtos com a tecnologia desenvolvida pela Ericsson, só que ela pagaria os $3 por produto desenvolvido, que eram os termos friend que estavam sendo negociados antes do contrato ser discutido no judiciário. Então, me pareceu, nessa decisão, como assim em várias outras liminares no Brasil, que não foram adentrados os termos friend, né? De fato, eram fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory, esses termos. O judiciário não ingressou muito verticalmente nessa discussão, acabou adotando como parâmetro, talvez por ser liminar, né, adotou como parâmetro o valor que já estava anteriormente pactuado entre as partes, que era $3 por aparelho vendido. Então, dessa decisão, a gente não consegue extrair muito o que seriam esses termos friends para o judiciário brasileiro, simplesmente porque foi mantido, assim como em várias outras decisões, foi mantido o que já estava no contrato. E aí, depois, num outro recurso, chega ao tribunal esse processo, e aí o tribunal determina que seja feito não apenas $3 por aparelho, mas que sejam pagos, que a Apple deveria pagar $200 milhões para a Ericsson. E aí sim o STJ interfere nesse caso, chega um recurso no STJ, ele interfere no caso, mantendo, na verdade, os $3 por aparelho, dizendo que seria um valor muito exorbitante para uma liminar. E aí termina, assim, pelo menos até agora, esse processo, porque logo em seguida teve um acordo, né? Um acordo global da Ericsson com a Apple, e aí é mais um desses casos que termina em acordo. Pouco tempo depois da decisão do STJ, 3 dias depois, vem o acordo internacional que encerra o processo. Então, a gente também não teve oportunidade de adentrar aqui no judiciário nesses termos friend. E o terceiro caso que eu gostaria de destacar, nesse tempo que me resta, é um caso antigo, já é um dos primeiros do Brasil, de 2014, e que é um caso antigo, de 2014, da REGO versus a ZTE, e o que eu gostaria de destacar nesse caso é o seguinte, que ele começa também aqui na Justiça Estadual, e o que me pareceu interessante desse caso, também muito na linha do que o juiz Edgar falou que acontece no ambiente europeu, é que foi exigido que o implementador, nesse caso a ZTE, demonstrasse que ela tinha antes tentado negociar com a desenvolvedora, com a titular da patente, que é a RINGO, tentasse negociar a licença, os valores, e tentasse demonstrar para o judiciário que os termos friend não tinham sido cumpridos. Então, o judiciário brasileiro, essa decisão do TJ, acaba dando razão à titular da patente, nesse caso a RINGO, dizendo que a ZTE não demonstrou no judiciário que ela tinha tentado, junto à titular da patente, fazer uma negociação, que havia boa-fé nessa negociação e que os termos friend haviam sido descumpridos. Então, o nosso judiciário acabou dando razão, nesse caso, à titular da patente. E aí, o caso vai para a Justiça Federal, em razão de um pedido até curioso, um pedido não de nulidade da patente, mas a ZTE, que é a implementadora dessa patente, pede para que seja declarada a existência de um licenciamento obrigatório dessa patente essencial, dizendo o seguinte: olha, eu tenho esses aparelhos, eu tenho direito a uma licença obrigatória e que essa licença seja concedida nos termos friend. Só que aí o Judiciário Federal vai no mesmo sentido do Judiciário aqui do Estado, dizendo que não houve provas de que essa implementadora, de fato, tenha sido prejudicada pelos termos friend, que ela tenha tentado negociar antes e que tenha havido alguma violação desses termos friend. Então, foram aqui os dois ramos da Justiça, na Federal e Estadual, no mesmo sentido, e o caso novamente termina com a extinção. Então, o que eu diria assim, de conclusão, assim como bem no sentido europeu, é que o judiciário, embora passe superficialmente pelos termos friend, não tem ingressado no que seriam efetivamente os termos friend, o que me parece talvez até uma precaução por hora, né, já que é uma discussão mundial do mérito desses termos friend. Exige-se no judiciário brasileiro que haja uma demonstração da tentativa de negociação com a titular da patente antes de você procurar o judiciário. Você tem que demonstrar também, né, a implementadora tem que demonstrar que os termos friend foram violados de alguma forma e que essa negociação tem que ser de boa fé, que é bem no sentido também do que o UPC tem feito. A gente não adota aqui aquelas medidas antiprocessuais, o anti-suit injunctions, que são comuns no exterior, porque no Brasil a gente tem o princípio da inafastabilidade da jurisdição. E, por fim, existe uma discussão no Brasil se seria o caso da gente fazer uma regulamentação específica, legislativa, para essas patentes essenciais, né, específica talvez, ou por uma lei própria, ou dentro da nossa lei de propriedade industrial, ou então se a gente deveria ir por um caminho do soft law, que é o caminho europeu, no sentido de que teriam uns guidelines, né, orientações, mas não algo que seja rígido como uma lei. Então, essa é uma discussão em aberto ainda no Brasil, que está no legislativo brasileiro também. Fica aqui, então, o meu contato, para que, se alguém depois quiser continuar essa conversa. Muito obrigada pela atenção de todos.
Obrigado, doutora Caroline. Bom, a nossa próxima palestrante é a doutora Colette Helmsley, que é vice-presidente da Nokia. Ela é vice-presidente e chefe de política e advocacy de propriedade intelectual da Nokia. Ela tem uma enorme experiência em licenciamento de propriedade industrial nos setores de comunicação, multimídia, internet das coisas, patentes essenciais, disputas de friend, patent pools. E, com relação à formação dela, ela tem a qualificação jurídica como barrister na Inglaterra, no país de Gales, na Irlanda, e além de ser advogada perante a Ordem de Bruxelas. Colette, você tem 10 minutos.
Thank you. And I know timing is tight, but I think it's really important I say this. I want to congratulate Les Brazil and the School of Magistrates for bringing together the local and international community to engage in this event on SCPs. It's a privilege to be here with distinguished representatives of the judiciary, global industry, and national and international experts in intellectual property, and also from the panel later this afternoon, or later today, competition law. I really want to thank the organisers for facilitating an important platform for dialogue between stakeholders in this global ecosystem. I'm really sure that today's agenda will generate lively and constructive discussion on the main challenges and opportunities relating to the licensing of standard essential patents and friend practices. And for my part, I'm pleased to share Nokia's perspective on the legal and licensing landscape and what they mean for the virtuous cycle of innovation. So I hope, as a member of industry, you'll permit me just to tell you a bit about why this is important to Nokia. Since 2000, we have invested more than 150 billion euros in R&D, investing more than 4 billion euros annually, which is almost 20% of our revenues. Last year, we filed 3,000 patents in areas such as 5G and 6G cellular technology, the next generation of video compression, immersive video, Wi-Fi, and other technologies. This includes filing patents here in Brazil. Obviously, we have a large patent portfolio, and this includes standard essential patents. Importantly, however, Nokia is not only an innovator, but we're also a major implementer of others' technologies. The majority of Nokia's revenues stem from the selling and supporting of systems based on standardized technologies. And so we really do support a virtuous cycle of the licensing of SCPs on friend terms and conditions, because we believe this fuels a virtuous cycle of innovation. Friend compensation enables innovators to continue to invest in critical R&D and to contribute technologies to open standards, while simultaneously facilitating swift access to global markets by implementers across a growing number of sectors and industries. This is a virtuous cycle that powers innovation and benefits consumers all around the world, including here in Brazil. Other companies can license and use standardized technologies without the need to risk their own substantial investments in standardization. This enables implementers of standardized technologies to invest their R&D spend elsewhere, fueling further innovation and development of new products and new services available to consumers. But we need a balanced system. Only a balanced system in which all actors' interests are recognized can be sustainable. The virtuous cycle of innovation is anchored in an international legal framework, as we've been hearing already today. Because of the long, almost 10-year timeline between a decision to invest and recouping on that investment, a robust, predictable, and reliable legal and regulatory framework which encourages continued investment in risky R&D for future technologies is vital. In the standardization context, effective patent protection and enforcement plays a particularly important role. Patents, which is what an SCP actually is, enables competitors to collaborate in the development of the best technological solutions. Yes, companies like mine and Huawei over there, we fight, we compete fiercely to get our technologies accepted into a standard, but we also need to work together to deliver technological advancement that meets the demands of modern society. Patents not only mean that companies like mine are able to share their inventions during the standardization process, but they're also able to monetize their inventions and be rewarded appropriately for their R&D efforts. This is because, unlike with proprietary technologies, implementers have access to standard without first having to take a license. They can and do use their technology, often for years, without actually negotiating. Yesterday at dinner, I was asked, what do I think about Brazil's IPR and patent work in recent years? My response was that Brazil has put a significant effort into advocating and delivering strong IP protection and driving innovation creation in Brazil to transform the economy into innovation-based growth. And mindful of the title of this panel, I should note that the judiciary plays a key role in this. I think the system has generally worked well, but no system is perfect. But overall, the current SEP licensing framework has served the world. It has supported massive technological deployment, continuous innovation, and global collaboration. With the debate around SCP licensing, it's important that we don't lose sight of the successes that have been achieved. To put this into perspective, the mobile ecosystem generated $6.5 trillion of economic value and supported 40 million jobs in 2024. Today, more people have access to a mobile device than to a toothbrush. This is the impact that standardization have. The companies that participate in this ecosystem are generally very sophisticated. And as with any negotiation, they tend to reach balanced outcomes. And where disagreements arise, the system provides tools to resolve them. Alternative dispute resolution, whether mediation and arbitration, which is our preferred route given the ongoing commercial relationship that exists between parties, or where necessary, litigation. And this panel has made clear that there is litigation, but litigation is always a last resort. And it's important to underline that the vast majority of deals are actually concluded amicably. To put this in context, at Nokia, we have signed or renewed over 250 licensing agreements since 2017. Fewer than 2% of these involved any litigation. I think that the industry statistics, depending on which report you read, suggests that litigation is only 1% or 5%. So over the past couple of years, we've concluded a litigation-free deal with Apple, agreements with Samsung, with points of sale payment terminal companies, smart meter companies, consumer electronics manufacturers, auto MEMs, as well as several video streaming platforms. The truth is that litigation makes the headlines and keeps a lot of people in this room very busy. But amicable deals are concluded week in, week out by our negotiators. However, sometimes litigation is required so that an SCP holder receives fair compensation for their R&D efforts, and that implementing companies do not obtain an unfair competitive advantage over their licensed rivals and distort the market by engaging in holdout. When we do have to go to court, there needs to be the availability of an injunction. Otherwise, there is no ultimate means to ensure that an unwilling implementer enters a license. This ensures a level playing field for users of standardized technologies and facilitates further innovation and growth opportunities. I expect that all companies that have invested in risky R&D and contributed to standards are looking to receive fair compensation and competition in the market, and would hopefully agree. I see my time is getting short, so I'll pick up the pace. So I said that injunction should be available. Why do I think this? Well, again, going back to some of my earlier comments, I think it's key to incentivizing innovation and participation in standardization. I think that it gets rid of issues of delay. It's important as a means of preventing holdout behavior, but it is also a good way of actually pushing things back to the companies as well. I heard a lot from all of you judges today, and I found that really exciting to hear about good faith negotiations, whether that's under the Huawei ZTE framework in Europe, whether it's through guidance that we've seen in other jurisdictions like in China. What I really do think is that these issues, if at all possible, are best left to the parties and to industry to try and resolve. And so I think courts play a really important role in facilitating that dialogue and supporting industry in reaching those solutions. I do think injunctions are also important, however, because in jurisdictions, and I believe this is the case in Brazil, damages are not a sufficient remedy. They often leave patent holders undercompensated. Litigation is done on a patent by patent basis, jurisdiction by jurisdiction. And what we are really looking to do is conclude global licensing deals. This is the real practicality of it all. And so again, I think that there is a lot to be said for judges engaging with industry, and I'm so pleased to see it here today, to see how we can make this framework continue to work for everybody. And I really do hope that we're able to continue this dialogue, not just today, but in the months and years to come. So hopefully I kept within my time for the start.
Muito obrigado, doutora Colette. Próximo palestrante é o Dr. David Ding. Ele é o Head de Propriedade Intelectual da Huawei para a América Latina. Ele atuou como Senior Licensing Manager e como Senior Patent Manager antes, e abrangendo todos esses padrões que são discutidos nessas ações de CEP. HEVC, EVC, AVC e muitos outros. Por favor, David.
Thank you everyone to have me here. It's a great privilege for me to attend this prestigious meetings, event, and thanks for the organizations here. Since the time is really limited, so I'm gonna be brief. I'm Davey. I just relocated myself from Shenzhen to here. I was working at Huawei about 15 years. Since the first day I joined Huawei, I was working around the SCP Forums. Actually, with the past 15 years, actually, in my career life in Huawei, actually, we created one of the largest portfolios surrounding the multimedia-related patents. I think everyone enjoys the technology nowadays, like the video lives here that is based on the video compression technologies. It is HEVC or the AV1, VP9, so kind of a standard that are all surrounding this, the standard related technology. But that is not all. Actually, that is only part of the portfolios I was working on, but including other audios, interfaces, HDIs, SOCANs. There are so many standards that guarantee the qualities of the life you are enjoying right now. So based on that, actually, I just wanted to mention how to have this investment to be so sustainable. I think the SCP protection will play a really significant role here because, for example, the VVC standard that is launched in 2020, actually that research and study started at 2010. If a company's SCP will not have the guarantee of the protection, they cannot get a legitimate returns from this early investment. Who gonna have such a courage to invest the technology 10 years before the standard was standardized? And there's still a lot of the way to go have this, to that point, have this standardized, the technology to be industrialized, because that still needs the technology to be implanted to the real market, and then going to benefit for every people's life. So the SCP protection gave the safeguards that will have those investors to be encouraged and to be continually put this investment into the cutting-edge technology development. That is so important. Actually, if we pick some data, as like Nokia said, in the past 10 years, each year Huawei spent almost 20% of our gross revenue into the investment. That is somehow, I think, reached last year's number. I think that is reached to some $24 billion per year. And that is the investment. And of course, the investment in these new technologies is not only for recruiting the legitimate returns by the IP. Actually, the most important is actually we also are biggest manufacturers for the infrastructures, telecommunication infrastructure, as well as the devices, the terminal devices. Actually, we can get some returns by producing the technologies that incorporated our innovations in it, of course, and others innovations. So with that in mind, actually, we have to protect what we have imported into the investment. But yeah, of course, if we say whether all of this investment has been returned by the IP license, definitely not. Actually, in the past 10 years, what we have collected by the license, it's 4 billion. That's 4 billion in past 10 years that it just released by last month's meeting. We have held innovation days together with much Chinese entrepreneurs as well as our partners here. But actually, as I said, Huawei is also biggest implementers of this technology. How many we spend as implementer to pay the license fees to those innovators, actually 3 times bigger than we've collected. That is 12 billions. So that is the balance we take, So we appreciate the point Class said, for a company like Nokia and Huawei, we are working on the really thin line that have to balance the benefit for both sides. We cannot be give extremely to the one polo because that will harm the other part. So that is the position we are. But still, we think the protection of the SCP, I think not only the SCP, but for other intellectual properties, that is also important because that will give the safeguards for the innovators, let them to be sustainable, to be continually put this technology within these standard technologies. That is the basic, the ideologies we have. And then the other things I think that is important that standardized technology that is somehow benefit not only for these companies, they hold the patent, but also for those, the small enterprise, because the small enterprise company, probably they do not have enough money to put into such large sales technologies. So the SAP actually give there's a chance to easily access this technology and build up their business around of this SAP, but they have to pay it because they didn't invest that into the research. So if they take the free ride of this technology, and then that will harm the innovators and other implementers, because that other implementers, they pay the fees. If you lower down your price by take a free ride of the RP, and you will have the other side less, there is competitiveness on the market. And then that whole competition will be impacted by these kind of behaviors. So that will be not the case all of us want to see. So surrounding that, we are really glad to say that our jurisdiction in Rio, they have very much strong protections with the ICPs. You know, we just closed our deal with MTK. I think you guys know that very well. You know, we filed that litigation around the April of this year, and we have closed that deal at the beginning of October. That is half a year, with the help of the local lawyers and the judges here. You know, that is one proof that this area is very much important for the SCP protection. And I think this thing should continue to protect the SCPs. So I'm gonna stop here. Probably I'm gonna run out of my time, but I really appreciate this chance to express my appreciations to these legal communities. I'm quite new to this country and to these communities. If there's anything I need your help, I will touch base on you guys, even though so many faces is not familiar to me, but I hope in the long run, I will stay here for at least 2 or 3 years, and I hope in my stay, I can get connected to every of the colleagues here, and let us work together to make the prosperous of this society. Thanks.
Muito obrigado, David. Aliás, a todos os palestrantes. Foi realmente muito interessante ver os diferentes pontos de vista do judiciário, de empresas envolvidas. Gente, pelo avançado da hora, a gente não vai ter perguntas, vai passar para o próximo painel, porque já estamos com quase meia hora de atraso. Então, vamos para o próximo painel. Bruna. Marcela, desculpa.
Yes, I'll be in the middle. Boa tarde a todos. Bom dia a todos. Muito bom ver essa casa cheia em mais um evento da LES. Me dá um orgulho enorme da nossa LES conseguir promover esses eventos de alto nível, trazendo não só palestrantes de vários países do mundo, mas também os próprios advogados e profissionais de PI do Brasil, vindo de São Paulo, vindo de outros estados para atender o evento. A gente fica muito feliz. Eu queria iniciar, não poderia iniciar sem fazer essas considerações, agradecer a Bruna pela excelente presidência, excelente liderança desse time e pela organização desse evento. Queria agradecer também ao desembargador Luciano e à EMERJ por abrir a casa para a gente e acolher esse evento tão importante sobre tópico tão instigante que, como disse meu amigo Eduardo, chega a ser gostoso trabalhar para essa área com tanta complexidade, mas também
tanto dinamismo e tanta importância para a economia global. Em primeiro lugar, eu vou pedir perdão para todos vocês, eu vou mudar para o inglês, porque eu tenho a composição do painel inteiramente de palestrantes estrangeiros, então, para facilitar a dinâmica e para que a gente consiga se entender sem ruído de comunicação, eu vou agora passar para o inglês. So, thank you very much for our guest speakers, all of them. We're supposed to be here. Unfortunately, John couldn't come last minute, but we were able to put him on screen. I will introduce each of them to you, but before, I just want to give a brief introduction of the importance of this panel. As you heard from all the previous panelists, basically, I think the discussions in court or before court in the negotiation and licensing sphere is around what is friend, how to reach friend, what are the challenges in this type of negotiation, what are the challenges also to, reconcile interests from both implementers and developers. So we were very fortunate to have in this panel both sides represented here, and we're gonna dive into the challenges of these discussions and what are what is happening before the case reaches to court, what happens after the case reaches to court, after an injunction, for instance, what are the challenges and what are the issues we have to look at. So my first panelist is Colette. I won't introduce her again because she was just here, but I want to tell you that she's a LES friend. She's been very supportive of all our events. She's been here in our event in the beginning of the year. She's also involved in several LESI activities. As we heard from our president earlier today, we do have a committee on FRIEND, on SAP, and this is a very, very important committee. I welcome you all to join. If you're not an LES member, not in LES Brazil, please join our events. I see several faces here that I'm very glad to see for the first time in LES events. Please come more and join our activities. So Colette is the VP of Nokia, and she will start by answering some of the questions I posed to her in our discussion preparing for this session. So for instance, how these negotiations start, how is to set up a licensing program as a developer. What are the challenges that you normally face? Where the negotiation normally stops? What are the frictions? How you reconcile transparency and confidentiality? These are probably, I think, one of the main challenges. What is coming in terms of policy to help us all as companies, as professionals, as governments, as everyone interested, like consumers as well, because we also pay the price of everything, right? What is about in the global world that may help this kind of negotiations flow and avoid some of the hurdles and maybe time-consuming litigation that we see over globally, but at the same time, how to also get the door open for effective enforcement of duly granted patent rights, which is very important for innovation. So Colette spoke about a balanced system. We also heard from our dear Judge Victor how FRIEND is also taken into consideration by him in his decisions. We heard from Edgar that the UPCA is looking at FRIEND very deeply. We also know that regulations have been considered in the EP level, in the UK. So hopefully, it's a lot to cover, but hopefully we'll touch on some of these points today. So without further ado, I pass the word to Colette, and thank you again for participating in the second panel.
So first of all, I apologize for not being junior and a change of voice, and I really don't want to take the opportunity away from the other panelists to discuss, since you've heard a lot from me already. So perhaps I can touch on a couple of things. One of the questions, and you hid it away right at the bottom of the list, Marcela, was how can industry associations such as LES play a meaningful role in advancing friend licensing effectively? And I really have to say that I think you can play an important role in facilitating an open and constructive dialogue between patent owners and implementers across jurisdictions. As a global organization, LES is well placed as a neutral forum to support such a dialogue. This is important as standards and SEP licensing are global. And this is a key feature that has been lacking or has been somewhat overlooked in some of the national and regional initiatives and proposals that we've seen, such as the EU initiative that you mentioned and the ongoing UK consultation. And we know that consultations and reviews are ongoing in a number of other jurisdictions, such as India. I heard someone mention earlier that it's been looked at as in Brazil as well. I think organizing conferences and events such as today's conference and the hybrid and online events and the online and recordings and resources that LES have helps raise awareness around global standards and SEP licensing, and can help new entrants, including SMEs, find the necessary expertise to assist them in better understanding this ecosystem. But I think that can be achieved without this kind of significant regulatory intervention that we saw proposed in Europe. So that's the kind of first topic I wanted to raise. I think that as well, industry, the judiciary, all of you in this room have a big role to play, because it is a dialogue. It's an ongoing process. It's not a static one. And I think we really should be engaging. And then there were just two other topics I wanted to touch upon, and then perhaps I can respond to what others say instead. And I don't want to disrespect our previous panel of the judiciary, but I did want to touch upon arbitration as a potential constructive alternative to litigation for resolving SEP disputes. My company has been advocating for the use of arbitration to resolve global SEPs and friend disputes, because we think arbitration essentially keeps the dispute commercial. It supports long-term collaboration, which is valuable given the ongoing relationship between the parties, not only during the license at issue, but through the term of that license and through a renewal process. We've proposed some ways this could be done. I think we need to have an independent body responsible for the arbitration. I think that the arbitrators and maybe a panel of 3 would be a good idea. I think none of the arbitrators should come from the home jurisdiction of the parties. Each party should nominate an arbitrator, or if they can't do that, then the body conducting the arbitration should do that. And then those 2 arbitrators should pick a chair. As I say, I think it should be a neutral venue and a neutral thing. I think it also helps narrow down the issues. These are commercial disputes. Each one is different. You'll have cross-licensing in certain instances. There may be pools that cover part of the portfolio. There may be different products and services at issue. It is a way of bringing all of this into a forum. We believe that this is a better way to resolve global friend disputes and address the kind of jurisdictional issues that we're seeing at the moment with the UK litigation, things happening in the courts in Germany and the UPC as well. We really do believe as well that courts should consider mediation and arbitration offers, and any rejection of such offers as part of their decision-making process as to whether a party has been negotiating in good faith. We think that this could help encourage parties to engage more in ADR and to narrow and resolve their disputes. been really encouraged in recent months and years to see more parties engaging in ADR to address this, and I think that it is a positive thing to see. The next topic I just wanted to touch upon, and I'm sure others will come to this, is kind of a call for regulatory restraint. We are, as Nokia, are committed to working with regulators and industry globally to deliver improvements to the framework for licensing of SEPs. But considering all of the factors I was talking about earlier around the virtuous cycle of innovation, I think that any proposals that come should be pragmatic, balanced, and the important thing is they should work in practice. And they should ensure the system benefits all companies, whether they hold standard essential patents, implement standardized technologies, or do both like we do. They should also reflect the global nature of the FRAND licensing ecosystem. And we think that policymakers should be taking evidence-based approaches, involve open engagement with all stakeholders, and should support industry-led solutions such as patent pools, which can also offer implementers a pro-competitive alternative to bilateral negotiations. I think we're also believing in a global approach because a fragmented approach between jurisdictions just increases complexities, costs, compliance burdens, and creates business uncertainty. We have been looking at a number of important initiatives that we've seen carried out by international bodies and regional bodies. So we've seen WIPO involved in an effort to find solutions to help provide information. So the transparency you were talking about, Marcella. It's already established a collection of SEP case law from jurisdictions around the globe. And it is also looking at what else it can include into this database. The UK last year launched a SEP information resource hub. And I think that whilst this was done at a UK level, it provides some valuable information, especially for those that are new to SEP licensing. And I wonder whether this could become a more global initiative. And so we've also seen patent offices get involved in this process. So the European Patent Office launched a program exploring interactions between patents and standards, supported by a database of what it says is 5 million documents collected from standards development organizations. And so earlier this year, they published a study revealing insights from their data set and analyzing SEP cases, at least in Europe. And then if you will permit me one thing, because I was excited to be on a panel with an organization that is talking about SME interests. I wanted to talk about the WIPO mediation pledge that was launched last month, just over a week ago, in fact. It's a new SEP-related initiative, which is a mediation pledge from SEP holders to SMEs selling and manufacturing IoT devices. I'm really pleased to see that Nokia was one of the initial supporters of this pledge. We hope that this pledge will provide comfort to those concerned that IoT SMEs may become involved in SEP litigation. By supporting this pledge, SEP holders commit to make an offer to mediate through WIPO prior to bringing any litigation against an SME who manufactures or sells IoT devices. On the topic of transparency, importantly, the pledge also provides the information and material to the negotiation would be provided to the mediator, subject to some confidentiality limitations. The SEP supporter also agrees to pay 2/3 of the mediator's fees and the administration fees. So I think that we as industry are trying to look to what can be done to help move things forward. And that's why I think ongoing dialogue is very important.
Thank you very much, Colette, and also thank you for bringing up some fresh information on the WIPO Mediation Board. I think this is definitely something to look for. So without further ado, I'll pass the word to Brian Scarpelli.
Okay.
Brian is Senior Global Policy Counsel at ACT, ACT being the App Association. Brian represents the interests of more than 5,000 small app companies, normally in the implementer side. So I think it's going to be very interesting to also hear his views on the topics, especially on the licensing side.
Thank you. It's working. Wonderful. Really, well, first I should just say how much I appreciate being able to be here. Thank you very much for letting me participate in this event and for including the SME viewpoint, which sadly gets a little overshadowed. You know, I mean that as a general comment, and that's just an effect of larger household names being on either side of the V in a lawsuit, right? So that's a kind of our quest as a representative of the small business and startup community, both members in Brazil and outside of Brazil, developers participating in markets that are both consumer and enterprise at various points in the value chain. Some are developing their own IoT connected products and the software around them. Others are developing standalone software. Others are using widely relied on pathways for distribution, app stores, et cetera. So it's a huge diversity, and we're always trying to identify these threads of agreement that run across all this huge diversity of companies. You know, one of the best examples of that thread of agreement is the growing use of standards for to interoperate, to ensure safety in a wide range of contexts. And some of these standards are very cross-sectoral in how they're being built in. Communication standards that we're all familiar with, like Wi-Fi and LTE, et cetera. But others are sector-specific. There's a segment of our membership, for example, that is in the digital healthcare space, and there are specific standards developed, some of which are incorporated by reference into regulation by some governments, including the US government. So they're a requirement to operate in the market for semantic data exchange. So various layers where standards are important is really what I'm trying to illustrate here. You know, the other effect I think I would say, and I could run with the healthcare example, but there are others too. Hopefully it may not be lost on too many people at this point that SEP licensing is touching new verticals, and that's I think an effect of. Well, if you call IoT connected devices smart devices, then you could say what was dumb devices, not connected devices, are now connected, and you know they now have some. They're using connectivity standards, and so you know what filters up through the feedback mechanisms that we have. I mean, some of the more famous use cases that everyone knows about because of reporting on litigation and stuff would be automotive, I guess, and media streaming and codecs. But healthcare, digital healthcare is another that we're starting to hear about these issues popping up and others. So I'm just trying to illustrate very quickly the broadening scope of this issue that runs across all these different enterprise and consumer verticals that our members are playing in. You know, I think at something another maybe something I can just remark that reflects that thread of agreement is that, you know, the nature of a standard essential patent has placed the holder of that patent in a very unique position in being something of a gatekeeper to markets defined by the standard. And that's sort of just the dictionary definition of standard essential. So there's a strong linkage there to the, you know, contract remedies, certainly, but for us there's very much a competition and consumer protection play. So I just thought I'd put that out there. A lot of our members in practice are unable to talk about their experiences with SEP licensing for a couple of reasons. Some, there's, I think, a tendency for NDAs to be to stop them from doing that, and not disputing that NDAs are necessary in some circumstances, but overbroad NDAs would prevent the sharing of experiences amongst our community that would benefit everybody, all of them. But also, you know, there's a little bit of reluctance to put your hand up because of the potential of being targeted, frankly, and so there's a little bit of a concern there. So we're collecting this information, kind of aggregating it, and again drawing those threads of agreement that inform our advocacy to policymakers, to courts, to legislators writ large. So that at the base, I think it's fair to say the needs of the SME community are certainty. They need certainty that they can use, that they can rely on their ability to use standards to compete in markets. And there's a bunch of barriers to the use of standards, some of which don't really have much to do with what we're here to talk about today, but one of them would be uncertainty or fragmentation with respect to SEP licensing, and I would call it a primary issue. So who can help? You know, in our view, the courts certainly have an important role, and we just heard, I think, some important insights from the previous panel about that. I think policymakers also have an important role. I think CAJE has done some important work and continues to have interest in these issues and has illuminated what they're viewing as a disparity between advertised and announced global rates and negotiated prices, and a lack of transparency, a lack of information that lend to the potential of rates being arbitrarily different. And you know, and at the end of the day, for a typical member, they're approaching, you know, they're typically trying to raise funds, for example, right? And these issues are becoming more and more known, I think, because we hear that they're being asked about their SEP licensing liabilities when they're in those discussions. And you need to have the right answer, right? Or you might not be able to raise the capital that you need to grow and create more jobs. So the awareness is growing, but I would just, you know, there's probably a few principles that I could throw out there that I hope are pretty agreeable for any SEP licensing framework, national or hopefully harmonized around the globe. The first is that very simply that when a voluntary frame commitment is attached to an SEP, that it means that anyone who needs a license can get one. Simple as that. Regardless of where they sit in a value chain, regardless of intended or hypothetical uses at the end of a value chain, you know, that if somebody needs to get a FRAN license, that they should be able to get one. Relatedly, you know, I think there's a lack of experience really amongst the SME community in this space, and a lack of information. So, you know, to the extent that, you know, that they can get clear and timely evidence of essentiality and validity, an infringement during the negotiations, that helps a lot. The other sort of principle that's risen to the top for us has been, building on a point I hope I made decently earlier, that a regular patent and a standard essential patent, because of that voluntarily attached commitment to license on fair, reasonable, and non-discriminatory terms, is a different kind of patent. And for that reason, one of the biggest ways it's different for us is that that the circumstances where an injunction would be granted should be quite limited relative to a regular patent. Typically where monetary remedies are not available. The other principle I just thought I'd raise really quick is with valuation itself. A lot of these, by the way, trace back to that hypothetical I was raising about an SME in a meeting with some people they're trying to raise capital from. Can they count on these kind of tenets? It's really where we sort of generated these. But the next one I'd say is being able to count on that a reasonable rate for a valid, infringed, and enforceable FRAND committed SEP is based on the patented value, the value of the patent itself, which is separate from inclusion in the standard and again intended or hypothetical uses downstream. Another is avoiding what I guess I would call tying practices. What our community is troubled by the idea that in order to get the FRAND licenses they know they need, that they may be required to take licenses for other patents. That sometimes happens. That's something that I think just gets back to that base request that if you want to use a stone on getting a FRAND licenses for the patents that you need. And lastly, that a FRAND commitment follows in the event of a transfer of an SEP. I think that's one that I don't think too many people would disagree with, but there has been some we've run into in advocacy discussions and things like that some claims that a pool may not be, that they'll allege is not bound by the FRAND commitment because they're an agent, and that to me kind of undercuts the entire FRAND framework there. So that's another one that's pretty important to us. Those are just sort of some of the principles and a little bit of background from our community, and maybe I should stop there and let John talk.
Thank you so much, Brian. John, over to you. Can you hear us well?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
A
long pause made me worry. Thank you so much for letting me participate in this way. I really do appreciate it. This is a very important topic to talk about. And I really like that we have multiple people talking from different perspectives. A lot of what Brian just said, I agree with wholeheartedly. I would add one thing I think he would probably agree with is that, and this is not just for SMEs, I think licensees need to have some idea of what to expect the cost to be while they're deciding whether to use a technology, not after they've already made the commitment to use a technology or they made the decision to use a technology. So if you're designing a smart meter or you're making a new application or you're making a new thing, knowing as an engineer, as a former engineer, I think knowing the cost of something and the benefit of something helps me decide what product to make and what features to include. And that is missing. That is absolutely missing in standards patent licensing today. A lot of times what we end up with is negotiations that only one party gets the benefit of. And as Brian mentioned, there are thousands of other licensees who are waiting in line to go through that one-on-one negotiation. And what happens right now is we are on a treadmill where every new licensee is in the same spot with having very little information to know what is fair. And so I think I just feel like that is a core thing to keep in mind, is that not only I think our SMEs maybe paralyzed is too strong of a word, but I think there's a lot of reluctance to use technology if there is going to be a cost that you can't quantify. And so when I look at licensing right now, I worry about what industry decisions are being made. Can we continue to advance our society using technologies, or are we going to have a world where technologies are adopted slowly? In the codec space, in the video codec space, we already are seeing rejection of HEVC, people removing that codec from their products because it's simply not something that some people think their customers would be willing to pay for. VVC is, I would say, even worse. I know a number of companies, not Lenovo, but other companies that are just not putting VVC in their products because they don't know what the cost will be, and they don't know what the consumer's value would be in that technology. One automotive company recently mentioned that they are not investing in cellular technology solutions for their automobiles as much as they used to because they can't predict the cost. So this lack of knowing what the cost is a huge issue. It is altering. We may not see it in the newspaper, right? This is not front page news, but companies are making choices to hold back on technologies because they don't know what the cost will be. And there really should be a way for them to know and make that engineering choice. And consumers then could choose whether they want the technology or not. The other thing I want to comment on is just something Colette mentioned, which I think is correct, that litigation should be a last resort. I do think that is correct, but I also would extend that to injunctions should be a last resort when you're in litigation. I think that most disputes that go to litigation have a licensor that does want a dollar amount. That's the remedy that they want. And there's a licensee that is willing to pay, but doesn't know what is fair. And so in those scenarios, the vast majority of scenarios, I think the right remedy is figuring out what is a fair price to pay, not simply granting an injunction and not figuring out what is fair. In almost every other legal context where two parties can agree on the value of something, courts do a great job figuring out what is a fair price to pay. So I would just extend what Colette said about litigation being a last resort and encourage courts to think about injunctions as a last resort and to look for other ways to break the logjam between different parties. So I know there are a lot of questions. I wanted to talk about a lot of them, but I think in the interest of time, I'm just going to pick why do negotiations break down as a topic, just generally as a category. And I think that there are two different groups of licensees to talk about here. And Brian touched on this, and I'm glad that he did. I think that for one group of licensees, I would call them, licensees to new licensing programs. So some industries have existed for many years, maybe even decades, and they have an established business model. They have a price structure. Their customers are locked in on expectations of what they're going to get from these different companies. And these models and the consumers are not used to having an IP royalty cost, which can be a meaningful amount of money built into that cost model. And so for those types of licensees, when there's a new industry being approached, I think there could be an impasse at a very, very early stage in the negotiations. I think companies and their customers just aren't used to it, and they've been existing for a long time without IP issues. Now all of a sudden they have IP issues. So a couple examples I think that sort of shed light on this are streaming video companies. I think for many, many years, video codec licensing was done at the hardware provider level, but not at the service level. So companies like Amazon or Netflix or others that stream video didn't pay before, and now they're being asked to pay. That cost is going to end up being passed through to the consumer. And the issue, I think one major issue that becomes an obstacle is nobody, either the providers of video content or the consumers, the customers, understand that they have to pay for this, and all of a sudden they're going to be asked to pay. And so it's a shock to the system, and it is a very difficult change to make. I think the same is true for utility meters becoming smart devices. I think we've lived for decades with meters that can report back remotely what consumption is being used. But now we have monetization at the meter provider level, and that is a change in that business model. And that's I think is a thin margin business. So if you added $5 to that business model, smart meters might not be a viable industry. So there are industry threats that are at play when you're talking about new licensing programs. And I think IoT devices are the same. There are thousands of IoT companies. They don't have large scale. They're not super sophisticated about licensing. And so they will probably be very surprised as licensing becomes part of their everyday business. And there's just a transition. So my suggestion on how to overcome the impasse is probably more leaning towards licensors. When I worked at Microsoft before, we did outbound licensing as a company. At Lenovo, we're probably top 15 rights holder for cellular technologies. We are a licensor. One of the issues that I would say as a licensor is figuring out a way for these new licensing programs to gradually be introduced. I feel like I think the automotive example that was raised a minute ago is a good one, where we went from very few royalties by the automotive manufacturers to tens of dollars, $30, $40 per vehicle. It's a cost that was not accounted for before. It is a shock to the system. So I would think a way to have, I guess 3 suggestions, way to have a program to introduce this to the industry earlier. Programs like this are great, but I think also going to industry and talking about this in industry association meetings would be useful. I think licensors probably need to be more flexible about recovering for past royalties and only look forward. That might be a way to soften the blow. It's not a requirement, but I just suggesting that if there's a forgiveness for past and the licensee has a choice looking forward to either continue using the technology but pay for it, that would be an easier negotiation, I would believe, than saying you've been using this technology for 5 years. Sure, I didn't talk to you before about this, but now I'm here and I want you to pay for the last 5 years. That can kill a company. The margins could just vanish. And then thirdly, I would suggest at least considering some sort of introductory rate program. And maybe Colette, you would talk about this. I don't know whether Nokia does this, but having an introductory rate that helps start a new industry getting used to having royalties to pay, and then getting to more of the right level over time rather than starting at the high level right away. In the other group of people are existing licensees who already have gone through this process before. And I think where those breakdowns happen, it's more in the nuts and bolts of the negotiation. So at the NDA level, or even in arbitration proposals, a lot of times what I've experienced is these NDAs or even arbitration offers are not neutral. They are biased towards the licensor. They favor the licensor significantly. And so I think the breakdown that can happen with recurring licensees, think of it that way, is they've already made the mistake of agreeing to an NDA that doesn't let them talk about their experience. And so they want to negotiate to make sure that they can. Or they might realize that they're using technology that came from somebody else, and they need the ability to talk to that supplier to understand or build defenses or respond to the licensing request. And some NDAs don't allow that. So I do think that breakdowns can happen with existing licensees where I would just have some recommendations for the licensors to try to have a position of what is a fair royalty rate that may not require an NDA. So if you are approaching a licensee, have some way to have a reference point that is public, that's available, that is real, that says, hey, we can get into an NDA with you and negotiate further, but here is some information that's already available in the public that you can rely on. When we get into the NDA discussions, you will see that what I'm telling you now is correct, is right. I don't see that very often right now. I do think that pools are a good reference point for some licensing, but what I find in some licensors is they have a public rate, but nobody pays the public rate. Everyone pays a lot less than the public rate, and so it doesn't become a reference point for a licensee to make any decisions. On the licensee side, I have the same advice. I think that licensees should do their homework and figure out what they think is a fair royalty for the technologies that they are using. And so as you're entering into negotiations with licensors, you should have your own view on what you think is a fair price to pay. I know that's a very difficult thing to ask for an SME, for example, but I do think that this is partly why the regulations that we've talked about earlier are so important. If we could have a wealth of publicly available information, it's easier for licensees to form their own view on what is fair, and they can enter into the negotiations armed with real evidence-based information about what other people have paid. So I have a couple more tips for licensees, and then I'll stop. One is you should be a willing licensee. So I do think Colette is right that if you're just going to ignore and not talk to a licensor, I believe in those circumstances, an injunction might be the only remedy. That's the remedy of last resort, and it's really because the licensee is maybe not engaging. That's one reason why an injunction might be appropriate. But if there's evidence of willingness to take a license, then I do think that the injunction remedy is probably too early. But the licensees should be engaging and trying to have a conversation as substantive. The next point is, I think, for my advice for licensees is understand your customer and give them the value that they're expecting from you. So if you, for example, have a license cost that you didn't have before, it would be important for you to understand whether your customer would be willing to buy your product still if you pass that cost through. And I think, for example, cellular technology is a great example where customers are given a choice. If they're buying a tablet or a PC, you can buy those devices with cellular functionality or without cellular functionality, and the royalty cost and the cost of the extra functionality is what you pay for when you pay the extra money. And it turns out that maybe 3% to 5% of customers tend to buy a cellular enabled device. It's not a hard stat, but roughly speaking, a fraction of people will say, yes, it's worth it to me. I'll pay the extra money. But giving the customer the choice and being able to determine what they value most is really important for any business. And the issue with video codecs right now is, I think that we don't have that choice option for customers, and customers have there are lots of video codecs in products. And so customers may not really appreciate the value they're getting for having one particular codec in their product. And so I think the natural result would be for licensees to consider whether to use that technology. And that's where we are in the industry. I think you see, I think HP has removed HEVC from a lot of their products. I think Dell has done the same. I don't think that HP or Dell will put VDC in their products unless there's greater certainty in licensing. In the video streaming space, I would expect video streaming companies to weigh very seriously whether to continue using technology like HEVC and instead using a different codec. So the last point I would say as a licensee is you should really do your work to understand what your peers are doing. And so if they're taking licenses, is there a way to determine what is fair for you compared to your peers? If they're not taking licenses and removing the technology, it would be important for you to understand that. I think it's very informative about how you engage in the negotiation, but you absolutely should engage in the negotiation. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much for the time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much, John. Very interesting points. I have to apologize that I did not properly introduce you. So John is the Vice President of Lenovo. He's responsible for strategy and policy. And he's been in several companies before, like Uber and Microsoft, etc. So thank you very much, John, and sorry about that. I have to ask Bruna, if I may, we started 30 minutes late, so we are in time now, but I really wanted to do the Q&A session for at least 10 minutes. Is that okay? Okay, so I'll pass the word to Colette because John raised several questions and I would love to hear from her. Thank you, Colette.
So hopefully you can hear me. So I just wanted to come back on some points because I think, if anything, this discussion has shown, that there are some different perspectives and there are some balanced views. So, John, you mentioned these thousands of implementers who are waiting there. I'd love to say they're queuing around the block in ESPO to take a license from us, but that's not really the experience. And you mentioned the automotive example, I think you both did. And it seemed to be on the premise that this all just came from the sky one day. But I just wanted to give you a bit of a timeline because it is something that is I've looked at quite closely. Connected vehicles and cellular connectivity started being incorporated into vehicles in the early 2000s in a meaningful way. And we at Nokia started developing our automotive licensing program. We didn't do that in a vacuum. We went out and we spoke to industry. And we launched our automotive licensing program in 2016. So we had been in a dialogue with industry for over a decade since they'd started using cellular connectivity in their vehicles. You also talked about the fact that it was a shock to the system around having to pay and the prices. So I also just wanted to say that my understanding, certainly of the Avanci licensing program, and we're a member of Avanci as well as licensing bilaterally for automotive, they too went out to industry, both sides, to see if this was a viable place. In fact, the auto industry wanted a pool solution as a one-stop shop alternative to bilateral licensing. The price that was set with that was in a dialogue with both sides of industry. I would say that as an SEP holder, I'd like to get more from Avanci, but they said this is a market rate, this is what we are hearing. So I think we need to also be talking about the experience, the practical real-life experience of how these negotiations are happening. They are happening with industry coming together and looking at the solutions. They're not happening in a vacuum. We're not coming one day with a big bill saying, here you go. There is a lot of dialogue in developing licensing programs. In the IoT space, beyond automotive, we have been designing vertical by vertical our programs by speaking to the people who are implementing the technology. So that is one thing. I think the next thing is, and it's great that you're encouraging both licensors and licensees to take certain steps. I think whether a licensee is large or small, they are taking in everything from materials to other technologies that aren't standardized, and they are having to educate themselves on that too. And there is a lot that needs to be done from both sides, but people can't just say we don't understand or we haven't. It's incumbent on them to also engage in the process, and we are not seeing a great deal of engagement. So I think that is another really important aspect. We really do need to be looking at that, because the other issue, and you mentioned, well, there should be a long lead time in. As I say, these discussions are often going on for years or decades. When is that enough? Because at the same time, there are companies who are taking a license, who are then at a disadvantage themselves in the marketplace because others are free riding on the same technologies. So we were asked as one of the questions, which is most important? Is it fair? Is it reasonable? Or is it non-discriminatory? I say they're all important, but the ND part of FRAND is often overlooked. And I think that it's overlooked because the one thing about litigation is often it's because a large part of the market is licensed, but there are still companies who are unwilling to pay what has been a markedly concluded rate. And that is why sometimes injunctions are necessary. And I find it hard to reconcile the kind of comments around, well, there should be past release, with the same thing as injunction should be a remedy of last resort, when that's allowing further infringement to be ongoing. And then I just wanted to pick up on a couple of additional points that were made, which is when it comes to licensing in a supply chain, we're talking about patents here, so there are exhaustion issues and other legal and technical issues. It's generally accepted that licensing at a single point in a supply chain is an efficient means of licensing. Then there's also, I think you were saying that bundling or tying. I just wanted to say there, portfolio licensing and global portfolio licensing, it has been accepted. It's something that is discussed by regulators and courts. In terms of patent portfolios, we often find that actually companies want things included. They want to ensure that they can go to market and they can expand and grow without going through a renegotiation process. And they don't want to be infringing either. So there is a discussion I think we should perhaps continue after this on that aspect. And then just finally, on transparency and information, Marceli, you asked about how do these negotiations start and what information is exchanged. Well, there are a series of discussions, both from a technical perspective, where companies are handing over claim charts and mapping their patents to a standard, showing how it's used. But we also need information from the other side. If someone says, well, we're not actually implementing the standard that way, we need to know that. And so again, this is a dialogue to be had. It's why there needs to be good faith negotiation from both sides, good faith behavior from both sides. So then on the commercial side, NDAs, you would be perhaps surprised to hear that often it's our licensees who don't want the details of their deals disclosed. We'll often have a conversation of, well, we'd like to get your rival's license too. Can we use X amount of information? No, they don't want that. So I think it's unfair to say that it's just set holders that are looking for NDAs. Confidentiality issues come from the licensee side as well. And, as part of our discussions, we're also giving additional details around our licensing programs, around our rates. But as I said earlier, there are lots of different things at play. Someone may have a cross-license. Someone may be including assets or other cooperation into the deal. So that is not something where just handing things over is sufficient. You need to be able to explain it. So again, I think that these are things where actually having good faith negotiations is a way of helping both sides educate themselves on what is actually needed to conclude a license. And I think that's my biggest problem with some of the regulatory initiatives that have been proposed. They've just been let's give everybody all of this information, but lots of it, I couldn't see its relevance to concluding a deal, but I could see it overwhelming the very small companies and SMEs that say that they want transparency because they're just going to get overloaded. So as I say, I think that there are lots of things to unpack from your points, but I was really pleased to hear that, you know, there is work to be done from both sides.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Colette. Do you want to comment, Brian?
Sure, just on a few things. I think we have more in common. We actually have a good deal in common, and I agree with your take on it needing to be a dialogue. It almost brings us back to I want to mention really quick, full circle to the first question that you answered, is like the role of an organization like LES maybe for educational purposes. And as a brief tangent on that, I spent, believe it or not, 5 years over 5 years, co-chairing an effort in the LES North America standards body, separate from LESI. But the attempt there was to bring all these diverse voices together in the community, the SEP community, if you want to call it that, to identify some best practices. That work is still ongoing. And if anyone wants to get involved, I'm happy to. But I think that's separate and apart from the broader LESI committee, which is also very important. Yeah, critical role for engagement there and for facilitating this kind of dialogue. There were just a few things I guess I thought maybe I'm amplifying myself or things other people have said, but also and I did forget to talk about the mediation, the WIPO mediation thing. I thought I would do that too, but just on the injunctions, you know, I think it is important. I do come back to that original point that I made. You know, strong buy-in from our community that you know, if that, you know, in choosing to declare that a patent is essential to a standard and choosing to encumber that patent with the fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory commitment, the availability of an injunction should be limited more than a regular patent. And I guess I just thought I'd throw some praise to you, Judge Victor, for your comments and approach to injunctions. And I do think that you can't underscore enough the downstream impact on consumers, and these costs get passed along. And I think John mentioned that too. On the mediation topic, you know, it's an interesting. I'm not sure how to. I don't have like a solid one way or the other reaction is what I'm trying to spit out to that WIPO mediation announcement, because on one hand, mediation is certainly preferred to litigation. It's quicker and less expensive generally. But on the other hand, for our community, we're looking for some kind of insight or further information or transparency, and I don't think a party or transaction-specific mediation decision is going to provide that to the wider community. If there's a way that it could, that would be great. But you know, so there's like this mixed reaction. I'm not quite sure how to react to the WIPO thing. But again, I do think it brings me back to, like, you know, organizations like LES and their role in enhancing dialogue and transparency, and maybe that's a way that greater more information symmetry can be furthered. The only other item that I thought I'd just briefly mention is I apologize if I was opaque or something like that in talking about kind of the fear that we pick up from our SME members about stepping forward and themselves talking and advocating on this. And it's hard to talk about their experiences for those reasons I mentioned, but some new light is being shown onto this particular angle. I point everybody, if you haven't seen it already, to there's a UK case, I believe it's Interdigital v. Lenovo, where the judge documented how, in this case, Interdigital had gone around to SMEs with less experience and less resource and obtained low volume but far higher inflated rates in order to influence the comparability exercise later when they, in this case, approached Lenovo. And, it's not fun to be a pawn in a game, which is essentially what those SMEs were in that scenario. But that's an example that I often bring out about some more relatively new insights and the direct impact on our community.
John, 2 minutes to close.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think Brian's touching on something that I usually only lightly touch. If you have rate setting actions as a mechanism for figuring out what is a fair price to pay, what it is revealing is that there are abuses in the licensing system that are profound. And so I think that for companies that are, I think in the case that Brian's mentioning, the licensee in question was paying 8 times or 9 times the average that other licensees pay. And I believe that company may have closed and failed. So I'm not sure whether it's completely because of licensing abuses, but there's certainly documentation of licensing abuses. And that is the undercurrent for what licensees are worried about is, how do I know I'm being treated fairly? I'm hearing stories about other licensees not being treated fairly. And so this is why transparency is such an important topic. I do think that if you look at licensing structures like the automotive industry, I think the automotive industry was largely relying on indemnity. And so you had years of them thinking they didn't have the direct responsibility, that their suppliers would be responsible, but licensors don't want to license the suppliers. In fact, one of the suppliers tried to take a license and was told, no, I'm not going to be licensing you. And so there's just an issue about knowing what people are paying and being fair. And so that's really the core issue. And I think that's why I think injunctions are a little bit dangerous, because if the licensee is willing, they say, I'm willing to pay, there ought to be a mechanism for figuring out what is fair. I'll stop there. Thank you so much again.
I'd like to. Judge Edgar, with all due respect, I have to deny your question, but I'll leave you with the speakers at the coffee break. We're going to have a 15-minute coffee break instead of half an hour because of the delay. I'm also available, and I apologize for that. I'd like to thank once again our guests, foreign speakers, for coming all the way. Thank you, John. I know you couldn't come last minute, but we also thank you very much for your participation and openness of all three of you to be here. This is very, very interesting, and I'm sure all the audience is taking a lot of knowledge and opportunity from this event. Thank you. See you at the coffee break.
Thank you.
Thanks. I feel like I kicked something that made a banging noise under there. I'm scared I broke something. Hello. Hey, you too. Thank you guys. Wonderful. Yeah. Actually, we do have more in common than I think maybe means yeah. Yeah. The thing that really, I was like thinking myself about case in the UK, because it really, that is the practice that, in this case, it's like it's sad that it happened, but it was also, I was like, finally, someone that's illuminating this practice that we have heard about, and
Alô? Alô? Pessoal, a gente vai recomeçar aqui. Alô, alô, alô. Alô. Baixo. Alô. Obrigada. Pessoal, eu pediria para todos sentarem de volta, para a gente poder recomeçar aqui, por favor. Muito obrigada. Antes de passar a palavra para o Bruno, que vai conduzir o próximo e último painel, eu queria primeiro fazer uma breve explicação por que a gente não permitiu perguntas. A gente tem que sair aqui desse auditório no máximo 13h. Então, infelizmente... Então, infelizmente, a gente não teve tempo para as perguntas e é realmente muito chato, porque é a parte boa de eventos como esse, né? Mas a gente não vai conseguir. Mas não era uma pergunta, era um comentário, e vindo do Judge Edgar, que é uma autoridade no assunto, juiz do UPC, que é um dos principais, né, boards que essa discussão se coloca, a gente não pode deixar de ouvi-lo para o benefício de todos. Então, eu vou passar o microfone para o Judge Edgar, que vai fazer umas considerações. Obrigada.
I will do it in English again. Thank you for the second chance. As a lawyer, you won't get it. Anyway, so my comment was actually that in our local division, we pilot that the exchange of comparable licenses is done as quickly as possible in the proceedings. So the proceedings normally take about 1 year before the oral hearing, and we don't wait until the very end, whether there's a willing licensee and so forth. So we do the comparable licenses as fast as possible, so as to get that, also not lose the time of that 1 year period for the parties to actually come to a solution. And just having that exchange and making up that gap of information that some perceive there to be is something that we deem to be, to try to solve that as quickly as possible, and then hopefully parties can actually settle in the meantime. That was it.
Bruno.
Bom, boa tarde a todos, né? Já temos aqui uma boa tarde. Eu queria, antes de mais nada, agradecer ao convite que foi feito aqui pela LES Brasil e pela EMERJ, na pessoa do desembargador Luciano, e nas pessoas da Bruna, da Tatiana, da Cândida e da Marcela. Cadê a Marcela? A Marcela. E da Marcela. E dizer que a minha área é a área concorrencial. Eu acho que a gente tem algumas coisas em comum com a área de propriedade intelectual, né? Primeiro é o sucesso, a complexidade das nossas discussões. Eu acho que a segunda coisa é o fato de também termos uma comunidade pequena, assim como vocês, tanto no Brasil quanto fora, todos se conhecem, né? Vocês estão sem tradução, né? I'll call you just in a minute, sorry. I'll switch to English then. So I was thanking for everyone, saying we have a lot in common with the antitrust work because we are a small group. And I think the main feature of our areas is that we are dominated by women. So that's why it works well. Thanks God we are dominated by the women in those two areas. With that, I would like to call the panelists here. First, while I call, I will introduce everyone. So first, Lilian, and I'll switch to Portuguese again. Lilian, please. A Lilian, ela é economista-chefe do CAD. Ela possui mestrado e doutorado em economia pela Universidade Católica de Brasília. Ocupou diversas posições no CAD desde 2017 e, como eu mencionei, é atualmente chefe do departamento econômico do CAD, da agência antitrust. Julie Carson. Julie is another economist, so we have... Tudo bem? Então nós temos uma mesa nós temos duas economistas na mesa e teremos um advogado, então acho que teremos uma mesa bastante pragmática. A Julie, ela possui doutorado em economia pela Michigan State University, foi professora assistente na Trinity University e trabalhou no Federal Trade Commission dos Estados Unidos por 14 anos. Atualmente ela é diretora de estratégia econômica na Qualcomm em San Diego. And Charles Davis. Charles, our lawyer representative here, tem doutorado em biofísica pela Universidade de North Carolina, em GD pela George Washington University. Atuou como assistente de juízes na U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit e na District of Columbia Circuit. Foi associado em alguns escritórios, no Covington e no Goldenstein Russell, até ingressar na Amazon em 2022, onde hoje ocupa a posição de Senior Corporate Counsel. A forma que nós vamos conduzir isso aqui são perguntas, e eu vou pedir para um dos nossos panelistas, eu vou dirigir a pergunta para um dos nossos panelistas aqui, e um outro panelista vai comentar essas perguntas, e nós vamos fazer isso até o horário, tentando deixar aqui um espaço ao final para perguntas também. Antes disso, eu queria só contextualizar um pouco esse debate, tá? Eu acho que nós tivemos aqui a contextualização essa manhã, né? Nós tivemos aqui a contextualização do problema que a gente está tentando discutir aqui. Nós tivemos aqui a visão dos tribunais, como os tribunais têm enfrentado essas questões. E aí acho que nós estamos indo para o terceiro painel aqui, tentando olhar sobre a lente concorrencial, em paralelo às discussões que a gente tem no judiciário, em que medida a gente pode afetar o direito concorrencial, né, a estrutura dinâmica dos mercados com esse debate. E se é o caso, como é que as autoridades concorrenciais estão preparadas para lidar com isso? E isso surgiu no âmbito do Plano de Ação Estratégica Nacional de Propriedade Intelectual de 21 a 30, conduzido pelo GIP, que criou ali um grupo de trabalho para discutir a necessidade de maior clareza regulatória e capacidade técnica sobre patentes essenciais e padrões, né? Esse grupo, né, aliás, esse estudo conduzido pelo GIP, ele trouxe duas posições como conclusão ali, né? A primeira delas é que o marco legal que hoje nós possuímos, ele é suficiente e não requer qualquer ajuste regulatório. E uma segunda posição de um grupo em que há necessidade de maior esclarecimento sobre a aplicação dos compromissos FRIEND e a caracterização das SPs. As discussões aqui, obviamente, nós já passamos por várias delas essa manhã. A gente fala sobre determinar a essencialidade de patente, validade de patente, definição de termo FRIEND, papel das organizações, o alcance territorial das decisões judiciais e os efeitos decorrentes desses elementos, inclusive o efeito concorrencial. Esse estudo do GIP, ele também gerou, houve ali uma solicitação do GIP ao CAD para que analisasse essas discussões de SP, e isso gerou um trabalho coordenado pela doutora Lilian aqui no Departamento de Estudos Econômicos e que foi publicado recentemente, que é o relatório de patentes essenciais lançado em julho de 2025, disponível no site do CAD. E, assim como também culminou num outro trabalho, né, conduzido pelo IBRAC, que também trouxe reflexões sobre essa discussão, e publicado aí com o tema Patentes Essenciais e Padrões, Doutrina, Jurisprudência e Reflexões sobre os Limites da Intervenção do CAD. Tudo isso num cenário de decisões globais recentes sobre o tema, né, tanto nos Estados Unidos quanto Europa, Reino Unido, Alemanha. O CAD também conduzindo ao menos uma investigação aqui sobre o tema, né, e toda essa dinâmica que a gente tem visto nos tribunais aqui, na discussão dos injunctions. Então, o objetivo desse painel é discutir os aspectos chaves e as diferentes visões entre desenvolvedores e implementadores, tanto quanto as medidas liminares, mas também em que medida isso afeta a discussão concorrencial. Já iniciando, então, a primeira pergunta, eu gostaria de dirigir aqui para a Julie, e pedir para a Lilian comentar, né? E ela toca sobre a importância dos padrões para a disseminação de novas tecnologias no mercado e para os consumidores finais. Queria que você explorasse um pouquinho, Julie, e depois, Lilian, se puder comentar.
Thank you, Bruno, and thank you to LES Brazil and to BRUNA for inviting me to participate in this event. I feel like this is a question that we should have started the day with. I'm going to take this off so I can't hear myself speaking. And so I think the main a benefit or importance of standards is clearly around interoperability and compatibility. But I'd like to take maybe a very concrete, specific example to kind of bring that home, because we've been tossing around a lot of terms today about video codecs and Wi-Fi and cellular and whatever, but maybe just to make this more concrete. So Bruno mentioned my economics background, so you may not be surprised to learn that there are not very many television shows or movies featuring economists. It's quite sad, really, but there's a really great one that you can find on Amazon, actually, called Jack Ryan. And Jack Ryan is an economist turned CIA analyst turned action hero who quite literally saves the day. So suppose that I want to stream episodes of Jack Ryan on Amazon. My ability to do so depends on a trio of invisible heroes: the video codec standards, Wi-Fi, and cellular standards. Of course, there are other important standards. Maybe we'll call these sidekicks, but as we know in these types of shows, they don't get top billing, but they are important nonetheless. So the video codec standards is what compresses large, high-quality video files into smaller, efficient formats so that they can travel quite quickly over the networks. Wi-Fi standards is what keeps my home connection fast and stable. And then the cellular standards, so like LTE and 5G, make streaming smooth while I'm traveling. So for example, if I want to tune in to Jack Ryan while I'm in my Uber on my way to the LES event, right? So without these standards, so streaming would be really frustrating. Videos would take forever to load. They might be constantly buffering, or they might fail to play at all, because the streamers and the devices and the network wouldn't be speaking the same language. So these global standards, right, are what allow me to binge watch Jack Ryan, Economist Action Hero, anytime, anywhere. Without these standards, this is really inconvenient for me because it's hard for me to see Jack Ryan. It's also terrible for Amazon, right? Because I'm watching less Jack Ryan, so they're also worse off. So the consumers benefit. So there is benefit to consumers, right, from these standards, and this is a bit of a tongue-in-cheek example that hopefully illustrates that point. But it's not just consumers that benefit, but it's the larger market or industry that also benefits. And so to talk about some of those larger industry benefits, I think a key feature of standards is that they really provide this common platform that can reduce duplication and innovation, right? So we can have lots of companies specializing in applications of the technology instead of having to constantly reinvent the basic protocols. These standards also allow for scale economies, right? So device makers can make devices for the global market because the global market are all using these same standards. That reduces costs for the companies and therefore costs to consumers. But what it also allows for is greater product differentiation. So we don't all have to have the same devices, because if the market is quite small, then it's not cost effective to have many different kinds of devices. But when you have a much larger global market, then you can get much greater variety. And that's what global standards help enable. And I would also say that one of the additional benefits of standards is that they really enable the, so to maybe harken back to some of, to Brian's earlier comments on the last panel, they really do enable the entry of small companies into this ecosystem without having to make large investments, right? So these companies then can focus on innovating on top of the standards, right? This increases competition, lowers prices for consumers as well. And I just want to also add that these standards have a tremendous economic impact. So if we just talk about 5G for a moment, so 5G globally is expected to contribute $3.8 trillion in economic output by 2035 and support nearly 23 million jobs globally. In Brazil alone, 5G is expected to generate $18.5 billion in benefits. One of the main areas where 5G is really supposed to be impacting Brazil is in healthcare, right? So access to healthcare in rural areas generally, I'm sure this is also the case in Brazil, right, is quite difficult, and that's an area where 5G can really bring benefits to society. And I want to end by sort of emphasizing some points that Colette very well made about the kinds of investments that companies like Qualcomm, like Nokia, are making in these standards. So we're investing billions of dollars in quite risky R&D that produces these patented inventions that we then contribute to the standards. So like Nokia, Qualcomm invests approximately 20% of our revenue into R&D, over $105 billion since our founding just 40 years ago. And we participate in over 200 standards development organizations. So this is a quite large investment that the company makes. All of this investment is privately funded, right? So we're not receiving subsidies from government to undertake this R&D. And so I just want to emphasize from the earlier panel how important a system of robust, reliable IP rights, how important that is to enabling that investment and enabling a return on that risky R&D. So let me stop there.
Lilia, please.
Bom. Boa tarde. Primeiramente, gostaria de agradecer, né, a EMERJ, em nome do desembargador Luciano, e também a LES Brasil, em nome da doutora Bruna, né, pelo convite. É um prazer poder compartilhar e contribuir aqui com essas riquíssimas discussões, né, que estão sendo realizadas. Acho que a Julie já fez aí uma boa apresentação, né, das ideias em termos econômicos, né, e principalmente o porquê que é importante a gente ter esses tipos de padrões. Né. Acho que, ouvindo aí até mesmo o que ela falou, né, eu lembrei de alguns casos não relacionados especificamente a patentes essenciais, mas como eu estou um pouquinho fora aqui da minha zona de conforto, né, então acho que vale deixar todo mundo na mesma página aqui em termos da política antitruste, né, então especialmente aqui no Brasil, a gente tem ali, né, como missão zelar, né, pela livre concorrência. E, nesse sentido, a gente tem 3 áreas, né, 3 âmbitos de atuação, que a gente fala que seria o âmbito preventivo, no controle de estruturas, especificamente no controle ali, né, nas análises de fusões e aquisições, previamente, né, antes da operação ser realmente concretizada. No âmbito repressivo, já que seria na parte de condutas anticompetitivas, que vai ter uma relação e até alguns casos, né, que a gente vou trazer aqui relacionados a patentes essenciais. E uma outra, né, que seria ali no âmbito educativo, mas trazendo especificamente o comentário, né, da Julie e a pergunta, né, em termos da importância ali da interoperabilidade, a gente tem um case, né, eu falo que é um case de sucesso que foi no mercado financeiro, né, começou ali. Não sei se necessariamente começou, mas eu acho que realmente tomou força, né, na época de investigações que o CAD fazia em relação ao uso das maquininhas, né, as maquininhas do cartão de crédito, principalmente aqui no Brasil, né, você tinha que uma maquininha para cada cartão. Então, cada bandeira de cartão que ia ser utilizada, você tinha uma maquininha que passava aquele cartão, né? E estava tendo uma investigação ali no CAD, foi feito, né, um acordo no âmbito da nossa política de acordos para que você tivesse essa interoperabilidade. Então, a mesma maquininha usasse, né, conseguisse ler todos os cartões. Isso acabou gerando, hoje em dia, também, né, o tal do Open Bank, que todo mundo já está familiarizado, com outras métricas, né, como o próprio PIX, né, também, que foi uma grande evolução e também um grande case de sucesso aqui no Brasil. Mas isso mostra, né, um exemplo do que a Julie está falando. Né? Então, quando a gente está falando de um padrão, disso ser replicado, disso poder, né, tomar uma dimensão, e principalmente um multiplicador ali para um mercado global e atingir cifras, como ela comentou, de investimentos em pesquisa e desenvolvimento, para que você tenha ali inovação, né? Isso acaba, né, pelo menos na teoria econômica, e a gente vê isso realmente em casos reais, é sempre um ciclo de inovação, gera ali também concorrência gera também inovação, né, justamente para você ganhar alguma fatia ali do mercado e, principalmente, um resultado, né, positivo para a sociedade em termos de maior quantidade de produtos ou qualidade, diversidade de produtos e serviços e também um reflexo, né, normalmente ali nos preços, gerando um maior bem-estar social. Acho que esses foram alguns pontos aí que eu pensei para comentar em relação à questão da Julie, mas depois volto com outras contribuições. Obrigada.
Obrigado, Lilian. Charles? A 1 billion question for you now. Okay, so how to define what would be fair, reasonable, non-discriminatory for licensing SPs?
How much time does he have, Bruno?
I get to answer this question for everyone.
Okay. And then I'll ask Julie to comment afterwards.
So, Your Honors, I will go ahead and answer the question, make it easy for you. No, I want to start also by thanking LAS for this opportunity to speak. This is really exciting. And especially for the young people in the audience who are interested in this area, there's very few areas of the law where there's this much happening this quickly, where there's real conversations amongst different jurisdictions, right? You have UK judges speaking to UPC judges, and the Brazilian courts are putting their views on all of these things at the same time, and it's going quickly. And I understand that Amazon is driving a lot of that, but at the same time, it makes it fun and exciting. And so on the question of FRAND and valuation, one of the comments we've heard a couple of times is, well, this is a business negotiation. What roles do the courts have? And to me, I think the courts have a really central role, because when you think about valuation, it comes down to things like comparable licenses. We've talked about that. You've heard multiple speakers talk about that today. You heard Brian earlier today mention the idea that, well, maybe not all licenses are comparable, because it could be with a small party that an SEP holder is trying to now apply to a large company. And really what it is it's balancing of evidence, right? And that's what courts do, right? They measure different kinds of evidence and figure out what is the most relevant evidence here. So that's one step of valuation. Another step of valuation would be something like market practices or industry practices, right? Which is just more evidence of how the parties in the market view things. So a concrete example, and Julie, I'm so sorry, I'm going to talk about codecs here real quick. But HEVC is a fairly newish codec for video streaming. And I'm going to overly simplify, but it's kind of related to 4K video. And at the beginning, when it was first implemented, there was a pool that licensed a large proportion of this. It was the Access Advanced pool. And at the beginning, the licensing structure was, well, device manufacturers will pay at the device end, and then streamers like your Netflix or your Disney will also pay for the transmission of the data. And what happened was no one adopted it. There was real industry pushback on the adoption of this codec because they said it was too expensive. And so what happened was HEV Advanced dropped the streaming portion of it, said we're going to collect all the royalties from the device manufacturers. And what happened? You saw dramatic uptick in adoption of HEVC. So what this says is this is just more evidence of, well, how do we value streaming? Well, at the beginning of it, it wasn't valued that much. Does that impact what FRAND means now? That's something that we often need courts to figure out for us. And then the final part of valuation is just figuring out what the playing field is. For example, there's an ongoing discussion right now amongst many parties, including many who are represented here, about what encoding is in terms of FRAND licensing. So encoding is when you package the stuff together before you send it out to a device where it's then unpackaged for viewing. Some members of this universe believe that encoding is an aspect of a FRAND commitment. Others don't. Others say it's just part of decoding. At the end of the day, that's a question of contract interpretation. Judges love contract interpretation, right? But that's what this is. What does that FRAND commitment mean? Or, as relevant to this panel, what does competition law require? If encoding is required to decode later, does competition law require licensing of encoding along with decoding? These are questions that judges are going to have to answer for us, because at the end of the day, the parties just disagree about what this view is, and it's hard to have negotiations when you disagree. Now, I'll admit, we heard earlier today that in more mature markets, things like arbitration and mediation are great options, right? Because these questions have been answered publicly. But in sort of nascent markets for licensing, these fundamental disputes still exist, and that's what's making it hard to get an answer on FRAND. How do you value things when the two parties fundamentally disagree what that FRAND commitment actually means? Once we get some of those ground rules set, then the negotiations can then work between these guide rails, looking at things like comparable licenses or industry practice to figure out what these rates might be.
Julie, we heard from the lawyer. Can we hear from the economist?
Yes, I have some very economic-y points to make, so perfect. I will just emphasize that I do think comparable licenses are the most reliable way for determining FRAND rates, right? These are market-determined rates. They come out of real-world negotiations. These are sophisticated parties who are in similar circumstances. As Charles already mentioned, right, these are recognized by courts because they are actual market outcomes. And I think a reliance on those comparable licenses really do ultimately lead to fewer disputes. I want to maybe take a little bit of what Charles said, combined with a little bit of the last panel, and put them together to make a couple of points. I hear you, Charles, about kind of some of the pushback on the streaming royalties because, so in the Access Advance case, it was deemed too expensive. And then we heard some earlier comments from the last panel about certain companies potentially not adopting HEVC because of the costs. And I would say that, these standards operate in a market. So it's not like, there's only one way to implement video coding and decoding, right? There's actually multiple ways to do it. HEVC and VVC are one of those ways. And so when licensors or pools, for example, are deciding on, are in negotiations and making offers as to what they think is FRAND, right? They also have to think about what is market adoption of the standard going to be, and that's going to be a function of whatever the royalties are that get negotiated. So if a company or an innovator wants to see their innovations deployed in the market, then they do have to negotiate rates that are going to allow that to happen. And so I think that the market itself is a natural check on those royalties being too high, because particularly in the case of video codecs, there is competition among standards, and that can check pricing. On that point, I think it's worth noting that even though HEVC and VVC are royalty-bearing standards, they have some FRAND commitments attached to them. Other standards in the video codec space, so AV1 and some other ones, even though they have perhaps made some royalty-free commitments amongst themselves, right? There are companies that that have inventions that weren't participants in the standard, right? That have patents that read on those standards, right? And so those standards, those competing standards, are also in some sense royalty-bearing, even if the standards participants have made a commitment to offer the license on a royalty-free basis. So all of this to say, right, is that there's a lot of competition in this space, and I think that competition, is working itself out right now, and I think ultimately will settle someplace in rates that really do allow for wide adoption of these standards in the market. And then I'll maybe make one last point on the encoding point that Charles made. I'm not going to touch on whether or not antitrust can require the licensing of the encoding patents. I will say what I think antitrust cannot do is require a FRAND commitment on those licenses of those encoding patents, because those aren't FRAND encumbered patents, and therefore the royalties there should be what the market negotiated rates would arrive at.
And if I can just chime in really quick.
Yeah.
So I think this discussion kind of answers the question about why sometimes negotiations break down. Like I agree completely with the point that was made by our friend from Lenovo earlier today, that look, there are sometimes just purely intransigent parties in this. But I do think a lot of times there's problems with negotiations over fundamental questions like this, right? And that's often why things can end up in litigation, because there's just disagreements, right? The one thing I do think we all agree on, though, is that most of this is being guided by that FRAND commitment, which is so fundamental here because, and Lillian, I'm so sorry, I'm going to use some economic terms here. Without that FRAND commitment, I mean, standard setting is a horizontal cartel, right? And it sets well, that's the idea, right? The idea behind a FRAND commitment is without that, you have horizontal, almost market.
I I mean, I think I would dispute because these are not competitors coming together, right? These are complementary technologies.
Well, in the standard setting process, it's often competitors that are, or who are competing to get their innovations adopted by the standard.
Agreed.
Right?
Agreed.
And so the idea behind the FRAND commitment is that's what prevents the sort of market manipulation that often happens in competition concern areas. But the problem is a FRAND commitment's not that clear, right? And it's still being determined by the parties, which is often why these things end up in litigation, because we got to get the answers. And then once we know what the ground rules are, then the negotiations can happen in a way that are effective. But I do agree, though, with Joy, with things that have been said, is like, not every one of the implementers is a good guy in terms of negotiations, but most implementers do try hard to have the conversations that just sometimes end up in the kind of, back and forth that we're having now about something like encoding, that just create bricks that can't get parties over that hill.
So, very interesting debate. Let's move forward. And then I propose we invert the order here. So, Julie, I ask you, now we're getting to the courts. Can the holder of an SCP be prevented from seeking judicial remedies before the court to prevent the use of an authorized patent? Or can this mere conduct be considered abusive? What is your view on that?
That's actually a really easy question that I'm going to say a lot of words to answer it. So the answer is no, they can't be prevented from seeking remedy in the courts, and that it's typically not abusive. So, at the end of the day, SEPs are patents, right? And so patent rights include the right to exclude. This is a time-limited right, of course, but this right is in exchange for disclosure of the technology to the world instead of keeping it private and doing some proprietary commercialization. Injunctions are most certainly needed when negotiations fail. Colette raised some of these points earlier, that they really are important for incentivizing innovation and ensuring that there is return on investment for the risky R&D that the innovators and standards undertake. I will say, as we've discussed at some length already today, that this remedy is often rarely needed, particularly when parties are acting in good faith, but it's absolutely essential when we see implementers of technology, of these standardized technologies engaging in holdout. So without injunctions, we definitely see this in the United States for sure, where it's actually much more difficult to obtain an injunction, where we'll see unwilling licensees engaging in delay or avoiding license obligations altogether. And this is really a problem because when we see this kind of holdout, it undermines the standards bargain that Charles was just referring to, right? So we are, as innovators, contributing our technologies to the standards process, right? With the understanding that we'll be compensated with a FRAND royalty, right? The alternative is we don't contribute those technologies and we just develop them ourselves, right? So if we're not actually able to obtain that compensation, right, then the whole standard system unwinds a bit. So I will say that injunctions against unwilling licensees should not be considered abusive. So there's no antitrust abuse when an SCP owner is negotiating in good faith. There is no antitrust harm for exercising legitimate patent rights. Injunctions should be allowed when implementers are not negotiating in good faith and refuse to take a license. Courts around the world, right, have said that it is appropriate to have an injunction against unwilling licensees, and that these are really necessary and compatible with FRAND. So that was a long way of saying No, you cannot deny access to court, and injunctions are not abusive.
Julie, Charles?
So, as surprising as it may say, I don't disagree with Julie that injunctions should be available, but I think the difficulty here is defining things like good faith, right? And that's why we have all these litigations, is what is a good faith negotiation? There are fundamental differences in valuation, as I just mentioned, but I think the bigger point I want to make here is that this is a very complicated world that's not susceptible to easy kind of black and white, implementer versus innovator kind of ideas, right? Because, for example, not every party is Qualcomm, where they're doing a lot of their in-house development, right? A lot of these, including some of the largest SEP holders, purchase their patents on third-party markets, right? They are buying these patents from failed companies and then go out and assert them and say, well, look, we have these SEP patents we purchased, and we're going to get this injunction against you, and you have to pay us a ton of money to buy this injunction out. That's to me, a very differently situated party than someone who has done that research and development on their own, right? We've talked about all the money put into research and development, creating these patents, but there's this entire other world of especially financed parties buying patents, asserting them, and then using those patents to completely divert the market power for something they didn't innovate, right? And I'm not saying one is bad and one is good, but it's just complicated. And this is often something that doesn't come out at the very beginning of litigation. It takes time to get into. And quick injunctions, I would say, is the biggest concern, right? An ex parte injunction in which none of this has been developed or shown often leads to very market distorting effects. Because I think everyone agrees that an injunction will very much change the market for licensing, right? If Amazon receives an injunction saying that they can't show Jack Reacher in Brazil anymore.
Jack Ryan, to be
Jack
clear.
Ryan, sorry.
That's a different
wrong
action
one.
hero.
Wrong Amazon show. Then that's a dramatic choice. Amazon has to quickly decide whether they're going to leave Brazil or not for streaming video. And often there's not much of an option there, right? Because Brazil is an important market for Amazon and for any company, which is, again, why parties like suing in Brazil, because it's a big market, just like Germany, just like the United States. There's a reason why these jurisdictions are chosen and why injunctions in those jurisdictions have so much market-defining power. So I don't think the question really should be, should injunctions be allowed or not? I think the real question is, what needs to be done before an injunction is issued? What sort of investigation, what sort of judicial work needs to be done before an injunction is issued, because it's so critical to changing the dynamics between the two parties? If anything, it is probably the single action that changes the negotiation dynamics more than anything else, because it is such a stark response that's required by the implementer. You either leave, or you fundamentally change what you've been doing, or you pay whatever rate the implementer decides you should have to pay to buy out that injunction. Because there's no FRAND equivalent to buying an injunction as opposed to a licensing negotiation. So I guess that's kind of how I would view it a little bit differently.
Thank you, Charles. Lilian. Switching to Portuguese now. Então, a gente ouviu muita coisa aqui, mas na sua visão, quando é que essa discussão entre implementador e desenvolvedor ela se torna uma questão concorrencial e, ao mesmo tempo, como é que a gente preserva e continua fomentando todo o debate que existe em cima da inovação?
Bom, acho que essa é a pergunta principal até para a gente ali na atuação no CAD, né? A gente tem uma série de casos que muitas vezes a gente chega ali numa denúncia e você fala, cara, isso é uma lide privada, não é algo realmente concorrencial. E acaba que, no caso de patentes essenciais, você está sempre olhando alguma coisa que é uma relação normalmente de 2, 3 ali, né? Então, você tem que ter um olhar que busca identificar, né, se realmente teria ali efeitos, né, concorrenciais. Até mesmo para chegar, por exemplo, no caso de uma atuação, né, justamente por conta dos possíveis efeitos que qualquer atuação e que uma não atuação também pode ter nesse mercado, né? Então, acho que no âmbito específico de desenvolvedores e de implementadores, quando surgem essas disputas ali, né, é muito comum, no caso concorrencial, que a gente esteja falando, né, de algum abuso de, no caso, né, a posição dominante, normalmente é de quem, né, tem ali a própria patente, né? Isso foi construído pela própria origem dele ter gerado, ter feito investimento e ter tido ali, obteve, né, no caso, a patente. E uma das questões, né, que a gente normalmente acaba vendo com frequência é casos em que você tem ali possíveis condutas que estão relacionadas à churn litigation, né, que também ocorre não só nesse mercado, mas lá no CAD já teve várias discussões em outros mercados, possibilidade de você estar falando de algo que seria uma recusa de contratar ou alguma forma de contrato de licenciamento, né, específico. E eu acho que aí também vem uma questão central, que foi da discussão que já teve anteriormente, que eu acho que realmente é a pergunta de $1 bilhão, né, ali no caso. O que é, né, qual é a definição dos termos ali, friend, né? Então, muita gente acha que economista vai chegar no número ali, que é um número mágico, né? Pronto, resolveu todos os problemas. E eu não tenho essa visão. Assim, eu, como economista, sei claramente das limitações de você chegar num número, e esse número ele tem com base ali premissas que foram utilizadas, que se você mudar, alterar uma coisa ou outra, você vai ter também uma possível alteração no resultado. E a economia não é uma economia exata, não é uma ciência exata, né? Economia, na verdade, é uma ciência social aplicada. Então, quando você une termos, né, ali no friend, né, o que seria o fair, né, o que seria a reasonable, o que seria o non-discriminatory, são todos termos genéricos. Assim, que não existe uma matemática A mais B igual a C, né? São termos que dependem de uma interpretação, né? Então, a gente está acostumado a ouvir muito no antitruste essas questões de não discriminatório, né? E qual que é a ideia? Na economia, você tem uma teoria toda de discriminação de preço. E isso tem eficiências. Então, o fato de você ter uma discriminação por si só não quer dizer que seja algo que seria anticompetitivo ou que seria algo que poderia lesar o ambiente concorrencial. Mas você tem as questões do que seria o discriminatório em termos concorrenciais, né? Que você estaria lidando ali com agentes que, a princípio, teriam características ali semelhantes e está tratando de maneira diferente, possivelmente para atingir um objetivo que vai prejudicar, vai inibir que aquele agente se mantenha no mercado, que cresça no mercado. Então, e isso não quer dizer, no caso específico de patentes essenciais, que eles têm que pagar necessariamente o mesmo valor, né? Então, quando você fala de não discriminatório, não necessariamente, óbvio, você está falando de agentes que teriam ali características semelhantes, aí sim. Mas, a princípio, não seria, vamos fechar aqui e o valor tem que ser esse. Pode ser que, em alguns casos, isso realmente ocorra. Mas não é uma regra assim que seria geral, né? Então, eu acho que o que a gente tem que buscar sempre entender ali, o CAD a gente está lidando o tempo inteiro, o Bruno está ali também sempre, o Bernardo também está lá no dia a dia, com N mercados. Então, a gente está olhando do parafuso ao mercado digital, às negociações, a plataformas digitais. Eu já trabalhei em caso de mercado de pneus. Tive que aprender o que era recauchutagem e recapagem de pneus. E, ao mesmo tempo, já trabalhei com o mercado de jogos digitais. Então, assim, a gente tem que buscar os conceitos realmente por trás do que seria o ambiente concorrencial, quais são as práticas, entender a lógica daquele mercado, olhar o caso a caso. Uma regra por si só, acho difícil, né? Então, seria mais uma análise caso a caso para você entender, né, se aquele caso específico tem questões concorrenciais e quais seriam aquelas questões concorrenciais. E tem que tomar cuidado, porque também você pode ser utilizado para tomar ali uma atitude, né, ou alguma posição que não deveria, né, às vezes, ocorrer em termos concorrenciais. Você está lidando sempre com a simetria de informação, os agentes que estão brigando do outro lado, você está do lado de cá, mas isso acho que faz parte também das análises.
Obrigado, Lilian. Julie?
So maybe this is not going to be a very interesting panel for you all because I agree a lot with what Lillian had to say, and so maybe we're not as feisty and controversial as maybe some of the other panels.
You need to step in charge.
Lawyers don't disagree with everything, just most things.
You know, as Bruno mentioned in my introduction, I spent a long time at the U.S. Federal Trade Commission, and in my time there was dealing with a lot of these SEP issues. And so one thing I want to mention that I haven't sort of alluded to today, but not really discussed explicitly, is about whether or not the existence of a standard essential patent in and of itself creates market power, gives an SCP owner some leverage that maybe they otherwise wouldn't have. And I think this discussion we've been having about video codecs today really demonstrates that it in fact does not automatically grant market power to the SCP owner, right? So if I have an SCP that relates to HEVC, but nobody in the market ever adopts HEVC for whatever reason, right? Then there's zero market power attached to that patent, right? And so I think it bears repeating, right, that these standards exist in a market, and these markets are competitive, and that does constrain what parties are able to do. I think So I think when we're discussing whether or not there's a role for antitrust here, I think there's three things that we need to be looking at. The first is there market power, right? That is separate and apart from just I have an SCP, right? Because hopefully I've convinced you that that doesn't necessarily give you market power. And then I think the second point is that there needs to be a focus on, is there some harm to the competitive process as opposed to harm to a competitor, right? So it can't be that the price is just too high or that it's not the same price. So as Lillian was talking about discrimination, it's not the same price that other licensors are getting. And so those two, right, so this discrimination point, right, is not necessarily anti-competitive, right? If we are not similarly situated implementers, then it doesn't make economic sense for us to be paying the same royalty rates necessarily. Our products might be contributing different value to the market, and if you are forced to charge the same price, then to one of these implementers, the price might be too high, and to another implementer, it might be too low, right? And so I think that there needs to be some focus on harm to competition itself, and this is what Lillian was referencing, right? If I'm setting royalties in such a way that's going to exclude, let's say, one of my competitors from participating in the market, then it's like, okay, let's have a conversation about whether or not that royalty is consistent with FRAND, or whether or not there's some exclusionary conduct happening. And so I think the third piece that needs to be important is that there does need to be some aspect of exclusionary conduct, right? So where we saw this in the early antitrust cases around SEPs was around deception before the standards development organization, right? So there's a very famous case in the US called Rambus, where this participants in this SDO, they learned all about what the standard was going to be, and then said, oh, no, I don't have any patents, left the standard, right? And then after the standard was set, started asserting their patents, right? So that's a very clear case, right, where there might be exclusionary conduct there. Now, in the US, the case was decided that the SDO would have adopted that standard, that technology anyway, so that there wasn't any evidence of harm to the competitive process. But you do need some element of exclusion in order for antitrust to get involved. So market power, harm to the competitive process, some exclusionary conduct. I think that, you know, if you have too aggressive antitrust enforcement or oversight in the space of standards, you really do risk chilling innovation in this space and chilling participation in standards development. And so to maybe get to the second part of your question, Bruno, I think to preserve innovation in this space, we do need really clear boundaries between antitrust law and then contract law, which is really what most of these disputes are about. They're a commercial dispute. We need SDOs that have robust, transparent rules. We need good faith negotiations and robust contract law to deal with these issues when negotiations break down, and then really focus antitrust only on harms to the competitive process and not merely disputes over licensing terms.
If I can just really quickly, I just do want to make one quick note from what Julie said, that I think everything she said about the competition rules are correct from a US perspective, but there are, I mean, every jurisdiction has different competition rules. And for example, like the EU does have excessive pricing claims, right? That doesn't exist under US competition law, right? In the US, once you're a monopolist, if you become a monopolist legitimately, you can charge whatever you want. In the EU, there's just a different rule, right? It has excessive pricing claims. So I do think that, you know, it's not uniform worldwide as to how competition law would apply to FRAND commitments, which again, just increases the complexity of all of this discussion.
I mean, that's a fair point. I do think, and I won't profess to be an expert on the competition law in other jurisdictions, but I do, my general sense is that a lot of those fair pricing claims are also tied to some exclusionary conduct. So I do think that those kind of three elements still are relevant here.
Thank you. Julie? Charles, getting back to you. Mm-hmm. Now, we all agree that injunctions should be available to SCP holders here. You discussed the elements before even granting the injunction that needs to be discussed. But in that context, how do you mitigate the possibility of the patent holdup and the patent holdout effects in your view?
Yeah, so I would like to speak specifically about holdout here, because I think that term is thrown around a lot, but you heard earlier today from my friend at Lenovo that holdout generally is not in implementers' best interest, because as a lawyer, the one thing I hate to do more than anything is go tell a senior person in my business, look, I'm sorry, you can't know how much this is gonna cost. You can't know how much money you're gonna make, because like this licensing thing's gonna take 10 years to get to. And who knows how much it's going to cost, but good luck, right? So holdout often, look, and again, I'll admit, there probably are some parties out there who just want to ignore negotiations, want to ignore the emails and the claim charts and just tell, you know, SCP holders to go away. But most mature business practices would be, we want cost certainty. And what appears to be holdout is often just disputes over scope. It's this point I came back to at the beginning, right? Like, what needs to be licensed under the FRAND commitment? What is necessary for us to be able to get patent peace in this world? And then the other question becomes information asymmetry, right? Holdout is often an effective information asymmetry. The SCP holder has all these licenses, these comparable licenses that they're using to make their FRAND offer. We don't see those numbers often. And so all we can work with are the licenses that we have. Well, these are differently situated parties that have difficulties to reach a common ground when they're talking about different sets of data. That's not holdout from an anti-competitive purpose. It's not free riding. It's just two parties disagreeing about scope and then sometimes needing a third party to mediate that dispute, whether it be arbitration, whether it be mediation, whether it be a judge that can set a public determination that can guide everything from that point forward. So it's unsurprising that I'm going to push back some on the concept of holdout, but I do think there's a lot of nuances and details that get subsumed within this idea of holdout that's actually something much more difficult. And then the other point I want to make just quickly is oftentimes implementers are slower to agree to licensing terms because of the concept of royalty stacking. So to get away from this technical term, say you have a standard, and that standard probably has 1,000 or 10,000 patents associated with it. And those patents are owned by a diverse set of parties. And let's say 75% of them are held by a pool. So we're going to go license from that pool. They're probably the first people we want to go license from because we think if we get a rate with that pool and they own 75% of the patents, that should inform everything else. Well, then we get into a discussion with one of the SEP holders that maybe holds 10% of all the patents in that standard. And they're going to say, you know what, that pool doesn't matter. We don't care about that pool. We wanted to have this discussion with you about this license. And then we might respond, well, but your royalty rate is bigger than the pool, and the pool is 75%. So why are we paying you more than we would pay the pool? And then you can start to see the problem when every SEP holder has that same discussion with us, with how much has to get paid. And until there's some sort of uniform way of doing this, which goes back to the idea of a regulation or a organization that could help set pricing for these standards, it's a problem that we as the implementers have to deal with, is how many of these disputes are we going to have with how many licensors, and how quickly is that royalty rate going to increase? Because as the SEP holders, their focus is, how am I going to monetize my contribution to this standard for myself? But as the implementer, our focus is, how much will all of the licenses that we have to pay to implement this standard going to cost for our customers, right? And so it's the sense of holdout often kind of overshadows a lot of these nuanced problems that go into these negotiations that we see.
Lilian, do you want to comment?
Vamos lá. Bom, acho que ponto central que eu pego aqui da manifestação do Charles é a questão da simetria de informações, né? A gente realmente está o tempo inteiro lidando com isso. E aí também vem essa questão, por exemplo, que o Bruno comentou, né, do desenvolvimento ali dos estudos pelo grupo interministerial de propriedade intelectual, né, inclusive pela cooperação ali com o CAD para desenvolver esse estudo que a gente lançou em junho, né, que a gente chamou ali de contribuições do CAD em patentes essenciais, justamente para reduzir ou pelo menos quebrar um pouco essas barreiras, né, entender os termos comuns, quais são as práticas comuns, e não havia, assim, pelo menos a gente numa busca feita, né, inicialmente pelo departamento, a gente não encontrava muita informação, pelo menos não no Brasil, se encontrava em outros países, né, outras publicações em outras línguas, especialmente em inglês, mas em português e um estudo, né, no Brasil, isso era difícil de encontrar, né? Inclusive as definições, o que você consideraria como uma patente essencial. Então, e aí eu acho que entra também, né, essa outra missão ali que a gente fala, né, que o CAD tem, que é essa parte educativa, que também está relacionada com o advocacy, né? Então, muitas vezes você levar esse conhecimento, diminuir essas barreiras ali a informação, né, ela acaba sendo efetiva para você evitar, por exemplo, intervenções, né, que seriam até mesmo desnecessárias ou em medidas que seriam desproporcionais, por exemplo, ou de motivar intervenções, né, porque muitas vezes você fica ali naquele impasse, né, será que se eu fizer alguma coisa vai ser pior do que eu deixar do jeito que está? ou é melhor eu fazer, porque do jeito que está vai ficar pior, né? Então, a nossa análise ali em termos de advocacia da concorrência muitas vezes está em resoluções, em projetos de leis, ou até mesmo em regulações que já existem, que mostram, do jeito que está sendo conduzido, você tem restrições à concorrência, você poderia fazer alguma alteração específica para melhorar o ambiente concorrencial nesse mercado. Então, a gente ainda não sabe, né? Assim, não existe a gente tem assim que as patentes essenciais no Brasil têm sido sempre lidadas ali, como já foi falado nos painéis anteriores aqui no Brasil, no âmbito, né, da lei de propriedade industrial mesmo. Mas, se por acaso, né, vier alguma discussão no sentido de uma legislação específica, eu acho que é sempre importante você pesar, né, e fazer essa análise de intervenção, né? Faz sentido você intervir? Qual a medida correta, né? Porque qualquer intervenção ela gera efeitos, né? E aí você tem sempre que pensar, o efeito tem que ser mais positivo do que negativo, senão, né, dependendo da situação, é melhor você não intervir, né? E isso para vários mercados, não estou falando especificamente só para o caso de patentes essenciais. E o outro ponto que eu acho que o Charles comentou, né, que é da atuação ali das injunctions, no CAD a gente também tem, né, a parte de você poder ter a imposição de medidas preventivas, né? Inclusive isso já foi pleiteado, né, num caso recente, acho que o Bruno também comentou aqui no início. A gente teve um caso recente que envolvia ali, né, Motorola, Lenovo e Ericsson, no início desse ano, na verdade, no ano passado, mas teve repercussões esse ano. E foi solicitada uma medida preventiva aqui específica. A Superintendência Geral, que é a primeira instância de tomada de decisão do CAD, entendeu que não havia, né, fomos bonus iuris para conceder essa medida, mas teve um recurso voluntário, né, posteriormente, que subiu para o tribunal e foi analisado ali, estava sendo analisado pelo tribunal. Mas aí entrou, né, o que também já foi falado em outras manifestações aqui anteriores, que muitos casos, né, acabam resultando no final em acordos que são realizados, né, globalmente. E esse foi um desses casos, né, as empresas fizeram ali um acordo global e depois pediram, né, para encerrar, né, no caso, arquivar aquele procedimento preparatório. A gente tem ainda desdobramentos desse caso, né, ali no CAD, mas esse é o segundo caso que a gente tem grandes discussões de patentes essenciais, mas o que a gente tem percebido, principalmente com o nosso estudo, é que provavelmente, né, pelas dimensões desse mercado global, pelas essas questões específicas de tecnologia, né, isso tende a aumentar, né? Então, é importante a gente dar esse passo ali para entender melhor o mercado e, caso surja alguma coisa, né, a gente não vai sair mais do zero e vai ter um ponto de partida ali.
Obrigado, Lilian. Julie, final comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to a couple of things that Charles mentioned. So he raised these concerns about information asymmetry. I think there's asymmetries on both sides. So, right, the implementers are best placed to know what the sales of their products are, what their future plans are, what they expect to deploy in the market. Us as licensors don't have that information. So I think there's informational issues on both sides. On the issues of royalty stacking, I've yet to see any real systematic evidence that royalty stacking, A, exists, and B, has impeded implementation of standards. And then on the points about patent pools, where maybe individual licensors are charging royalty rates that are different or higher from patent pools, given the vast IP expertise in the room, I'm an economist, not a lawyer, but I think you all understand that patents are unique, right? And that they are not substitutes. And so if a patent has a low price, that's an indication of the value of that patent. Other patents might be more foundational to the standard. They might be on mandatory aspects of a standard as opposed to optional aspects of a standard. The patents might be more commercially relevant. And so I would just say that the fact that a licensor is seeking a royalty rate that's higher than what a pool is seeking might potentially speak more to the value of that licensor's patents relative to the value of the pool patents, and is not necessarily an indication of some, abusive conduct.
Thank you, Julie. Queria agradecer. I would like to thank you all for your brilliant expositions here. Chamar a Bruna para fazer o encerramento aqui, porque nós estamos prestes a ser despejados da sala, né, Bruna? Mas pedir uma salva de palmas para os palestrantes.
Vou ser breve, na verdade, devido ao adiantado da hora. Queria agradecer enormemente a todos que estão aqui até agora. Queria agradecer mais ainda a todos os nossos palestrantes. Como a gente percebeu, é um tema quente, onde as pessoas têm visões bastante opostas, mas eu fico muito satisfeita da gente ter conseguido ter um debate mais acadêmico, muito civilizado, todo mundo conseguir expor seus pontos de vista, botar a gente para pensar em muita coisa e, sobretudo, mais do ponto de vista de como chegar a uma conclusão, né, que beneficie todas as partes, e da gente ter conseguido ver e analisar essa questão tanto por um ângulo relacionado à questão judicial, como econômica, como também da parte das licenças e das negociações, que é o objetivo principal da LES. Então, se vocês têm interesse por esse assunto, juntem-se à LES, temos muito a falar sobre esse assunto, não só na LES Brasil, como na LESI, né, como vocês viram no anúncio do nosso presidente. E é isso, muito obrigada a todos, boa tarde.
Well done, panelists.
Yeah, thank you all.
I think we kept it interesting.
Yeah.